One shot, one man, one moment was all it took to set the world on fire. In a quiet city called Sarajevo, a 19-year-old pulled the trigger, and suddenly the world's greatest empires began to fall like dominoes. This wasn't just a war, it was the birth of modern warfare. With machine guns, poison gas, tanks, and millions of young men buried in foreign soil, cities were flattened, families torn apart, kings lost crowns, new nations were born, and the world would never return to what it once was. This day is the true story of World War I, the war that was meant to end all wars. Chapter 1. A Ticking Time Bomb. Europe. Before 1914. Before the war, there was peace, at least on the surface. In 1914, Europe looked strong, civilized and confident. People dressed well, cities were busy, railways connected nations, art, science, and technology were booming. It felt like the future was bright. But beneath all that progress, something dangerous was building. Europe was like a room filled with dry gunpowder. One spark, just one, and everything would explode. So how did it get this way? Let's go back. By the early 1900s, Europe was divided into powerful empires. There was the British Empire, huge, wealthy, ruling over territories across Africa, Asia and beyond. Then came France, proud and still licking its wounds from a war lost decades earlier. Germany was young, aggressive, and growing fast. Austria-Hungary was old, fragile, and full of internal cracks. Russia was vast but slow, still ruled by a Tsar who believed in absolute power. And then there was Italy, ambitious but unstable. Each of these nations had their own goals, their own fears, their own pride, and all of them wanted more land, more power, more respect. This hunger led to what's called imperialism, the idea that a country should grow its power by controlling others. That's why Britain and France had been racing around the world grabbing colonies. Germany, newer to the game, felt left out. It wanted its place in the sun, and fast. Tension grew as the great powers competed over Africa, Asia, and even the Balkans. But imperialism wasn't the only fuel for war. There was nationalism, a deep belief that one's country was better than all the others. In Germany, it took the form of pride in the military and the Kaiser. In France, it was tied to memories of glory and revenge. In Russia, it meant protecting all Slavic people, especially those under foreign rule. And in smaller nations like Serbia, nationalism became something explosive, a dream of independence from bigger empires. Inside Austria-Hungary, nationalism was a ticking bomb. This empire wasn't one people, it was many. Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Croats, Serbs, Bosnians, Poles and more. They spoke different languages, followed different religions, and didn't always feel loyal to Vienna. The empire tried to hold itself together, but cracks were everywhere. To protect themselves, the major powers formed alliances, like cliques in a schoolyard, but with weapons. On one side, you had the Triple Alliance, Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. On the other side, the Triple Entente, France, Russia, and Britain. These weren't casual friendships, they were military promises. If someone attacks you, we've got your back. These deals were supposed to keep the peace, to make everyone think twice before starting a war. But they also meant that if one country went to war, others would be pulled in like dominoes. It didn't help that everyone was preparing for war, even before it started. In the years before 1914, European nations were locked in an arms race. Germany and Britain were building massive navies, especially dreadnought battleships. France and Germany were pouring money into new rifles, artillery, and ammunition. Military leaders were drawing up war plans in secret. Everyone believed that if war came, it would be short, heroic, and glorious. That was the fantasy. Generals in Germany had a plan called the Schlieffen Plan. It was like a giant domino move. Knock France out quickly, then rush east to fight Russia. They believed speed and surprise were everything. Russia, meanwhile, was modernizing its army. France was building defenses and training new soldiers. Britain focused on its navy, confident that it could control the seas. And Austria-Hungary? It relied heavily on Germany and hoped its empire wouldn't fall apart before it won anything. But war wasn't just about countries and borders. It was also about people and how they felt. In cafes and newspapers, people talked about patriotism, about honor, about dying for the flag. Young men believed war would make them heroes, that they'd come home with medals and stories. Few imagined they'd die in muddy trenches or be crushed by machines they didn't understand. And in the Balkans, that messy, unstable region in southeastern Europe, those feelings were even more dangerous. The Balkans had long been called the powder keg of Europe, and for good reason. The Ottoman Empire, once powerful in the region, was now weak. New countries like Serbia, Bulgaria, and Romania were trying to expand. Nationalist groups wanted independence. Others wanted revenge. Austria-Hungary had taken control of Bosnia in 1908, angering Serbia and many Bosnian Serbs. Tensions were boiling. Some of these tensions exploded early. In 1912 and 1913, the Balkan Wars broke out. Countries in the region fought over land and power. Borders shifted, thousands died, and Europe watched nervously, wondering if something bigger was coming. Back in Germany, Kaiser Wilhelm II, the loud, proud emperor, wanted his empire to shine. He wore military uniforms, gave fiery speeches, and believed Germany was destined for greatness. He didn't trust Britain. He looked down on Russia, and he supported Austria-Hungary, even when it made risky moves. Under his rule, Germany grew, more aggressive, more isolated, and more feared. France, still haunted by its defeat in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, wanted revenge, especially for Alsace and Lorraine, the territories it had lost to Germany. French leaders knew that if war came, they needed allies. That's why they strengthened ties with Russia and later Britain. Britain, meanwhile, had kept its distance from Europe's troubles for a long time. It was focused on its navy, its empire, and staying strong at home. But as Germany's navy grew and tensions in Europe escalated, Britain began to worry. It didn't want to be pulled into a war, but it also didn't want to be left alone if one started. And Russia, massive, old-fashioned, and slow, was struggling to modernize. It had lost a war to Japan in 1905, shaking its confidence. It feared Germany and Austria-Hungary, but it saw itself as the protector of Slavic nations, especially Serbia. That made it a natural enemy of Austria-Hungary and a close friend to the Serbs. So by 1914 the pieces were set. The great powers of Europe were armed, anxious, and ready. Alliances tied them together like ropes. Nationalism pushed people to take risks. Imperialism made every part of the world a possible battlefield. And in the Balkans, especially in Serbia and Bosnia, angry young men were dreaming of action. Some leaders believed war would unite their people. Some thought they could win quickly. Most didn't realize how deadly it would become. It was only a matter of time. Then came the moment. On June 28, 1914, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, visited Sarajevo. He was there to show strength, to remind the people that the empire was still in control. But not everyone welcomed him. A group of young Bosnian Serbs, angry about Austrian rule, had a plan. They wanted to send a message, a deadly one. One of them was a 19-year-old named Gavrilo Princip. And as the Archduke's car turned down the wrong street, he was standing there with a gun, 2 shots, that was all. Franz Ferdinand was dead. His wife Sophie was dead. The empire was in shock. At first it seemed like a local tragedy, a royal assassination in a troubled part of the empire. But within weeks, that moment would pull all of Europe into war. Austria-Hungary blamed Serbia. Serbia denied it. Russia stood behind Serbia. Germany stood behind Austria-Hungary. France backed Russia. Britain waited. Letters were sent. Ultimatums were given. Secrets were shared. And in the shadows, war plans were unfolding. The fuse had been lit. The powder keg was about to blow. And Europe, once proud, rich, and full of promise, was about to enter the bloodiest war it had ever known. Chapter 2. The Spark. Assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. It was a sunny Sunday morning. June 28, 1914. A date that would change the course of history. The streets of Sarajevo, capital of Bosnia, were crowded with excitement. People, lined the roads to see a royal procession. Flags waved, music played. Soldiers stood in their polished uniforms. In an open-top car rode Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, and his wife, Sophie. It was their wedding anniversary. They had come to Sarajevo for a goodwill visit, to show the empire's strength and calm the tension in the region. But beneath the surface, something far darker was brewing. Bosnia had been annexed by Austria-Hungary in 1908. That angered many Serbs and Bosnian Slavs who wanted to be free, to join with Serbia and form their own Slavic nation. To them, Austria-Hungary was not a rightful ruler. It was an oppressor. And now the Archduke, symbol of the empire, was parading through their streets. In the crowd were 7 young men, members of a secret nationalist group called the Black Hand. They believed violence was the only way to achieve independence. They had trained, smuggled weapons across the border, and waited for this very day. Each of them had a pistol, a bomb, and a vial of poison. They were ready to kill. Or die. As the Archduke's motorcade rolled through Sarajevo's narrow streets, the first assassin saw the car and froze, too scared to act. The next threw a bomb, but it bounced off the car's folded roof and exploded under another vehicle, injuring bystanders and officers. Chaos erupted. The Archduke was rushed away, the assassins scattered. One tried to swallow his poison and jump into the river, but both failed. He was caught and beaten by an angry mob before police dragged him away. Everyone thought it was over, a failed attempt, a lucky escape. But the day wasn't done. Franz Ferdinand insisted on continuing his visit. He wanted to go to the hospital and see the people injured by the blast. His wife insisted on staying by his side. They climbed into their car, same driver, same route, unaware that a mistake was about to change history. The driver took a wrong turn. As the car tried to back up, it stopped right in front of a small cafe, and standing there by pure chance was Gavrilo Princip, just 19 years old, pale, thin, and sickly. He had come to kill the Archduke that morning. After the failed attempt, he thought it was over. He went to get a sandwich, and now, by fate or accident, the target was right in front of him. He stepped forward, pulled out his pistol, and fired 2 shots. The first hit Sophie in the stomach. The second hit Franz Ferdinand in the neck. She died almost instantly. He collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth, whispering her name. Moments later, the car sped off. But it was too late. The future emperor of Austria-Hungary was dead. His wife, a woman many considered unfit for royalty, had died by his side. The news spread quickly. Across Sarajevo, across the empire, across the continent. At first, many people didn't understand the weight of it. Political assassinations weren't rare in those days. In the last few decades, leaders and royals had been killed in Italy, Russia, France, even the United States. Often these events caused outrage, but not full-blown war. But this time, things were different. The Austro-Hungarian government was furious. Their heir was murdered by a Slavic nationalist. And worse, the assassin was linked to a network that led back to Serbia. Serbia was a small country, but growing in pride and ambition, and it had strong supporters in Russia. Austria-Hungary had long worried about its influence in the Balkans. This assassination felt like the final straw. Behind closed doors in Vienna, leaders met. Military generals, politicians, and the elderly emperor Franz Joseph debated what to do. Some wanted calm, but others, especially powerful figures in the military, wanted revenge. They believed Serbia needed to be punished, to send a message. They also had reason to act fast. They had the backing of Germany. In early July, Austria-Hungary sent diplomats to Berlin. They met with Kaiser Wilhelm II, the German emperor. He was shocked by the assassination but offered support. What's known now as the blank check, a promise that Germany would back Austria-Hungary no matter what. With Germany behind, Austria-Hungary grew bold. They spent weeks preparing, investigating, and writing a carefully worded ultimatum to Serbia. It demanded that Serbia let Austro-Hungarian officials conduct an investigation inside Serbia, a clear violation of its sovereignty. The demands were made to be rejected. On July 23rd, nearly a month after the assassination, the ultimatum was delivered. Serbia had 48 hours to respond. Serbia panicked. Its leaders scrambled to buy time. They accepted most of the demands, but rejected the key point about foreign investigators. It was too humiliating, too dangerous. On July 25th, Austria-Hungary broke off diplomatic ties. War was now almost certain. 2 days later, on July 28, 1914, exactly 1 month after the shots in Sarajevo, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. The fuse had reached the powder. Within hours, Serbia called on Russia. The Tsar Nicholas II knew he couldn't back down. Russia had to support its Slavic brothers. Mobilization began. Trains moved troops. Orders were signed. Messages sent. Germany saw this and reacted quickly. It gave Russia a warning. Stop mobilizing, or face war. Russia didn't stop, so on August 1st, Germany declared war on Russia. France was next. Bound by alliance, preparing for conflict, it began moving its forces too. Germany now faced war on 2 fronts, the nightmare it always feared. That meant speed was vital. They had to strike first. On August 3rd, Germany declared war on France. But to reach France, German troops had to pass through Belgium. A neutral country, Belgium refused. So on August 4th, Germany invaded. That same day, Britain, bound by treaty to defend Belgian neutrality, declared war on Germany. The dominoes had fallen. In just over a month, a small spark in a distant city had set Europe on fire, and it all began with 2 bullets on a summer morning. Franz Ferdinand's death didn't cause the war, not alone, but it gave the perfect excuse for rival powers to act. The alliances, the fears, the nationalism, the weapons, they were all waiting. The assassination was just the trigger. In Vienna, people mourned their Archduke, but also braced for war. In Berlin, men cheered in the streets, believing victory would be quick. In Paris, trains filled with soldiers waving flags and flowers. In London, newspapers printed maps. And politicians made speeches. No one fully understood what was coming. They thought the war would be over by Christmas. They had no idea it would last over 4 years, that it would kill millions, that it would change the world forever. The world was marching towards something darker than it had ever known. The spark had become a flame, and soon that flame would consume all of Europe. Chapter 3. The Web of Alliances. It began with just 2 countries, Austria, Hungary, and Serbia, but it didn't stay that way for long. Within days, the fire spread across Europe. Cities that once traded goods and culture were now trading threats and ultimatums. And it wasn't random, it wasn't just bad luck. It was a web and a carefully spun invisible trap made of promises and treaties, loyalty and fear. For years before the war, Europe had tied itself together with secret deals and formal alliances. Each power didn't just stand alone, it stood connected to others. These alliances were supposed to keep peace, but instead they made sure that once one nation fell into war, others were pulled in too, whether they wanted to or not. To understand why the war exploded so fast, we have to step back to the years before the assassination, back to a continent that looked calm on the surface but was full of tension underneath. After the defeat of France in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71, a new power rose in the heart of Europe, Germany. Fast, industrial, efficient. It unified into a strong empire under Otto von Bismarck and quickly became a rival to older giants like Britain, France, and Russia. Bismarck, the master strategist, knew this rising power could make enemies. So he built a system of agreements to keep Germany safe and keep France isolated. He formed the Triple Alliance in 1882, a formal military agreement between Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. If one was attacked by 2 or more countries, the others would help. It was designed to keep peace through strength, but strength invites suspicion. On the other side, France didn't want to be alone. It looked east and found an ally in Russia. Despite being very different, a republic and an empire, they had something in common: concern about Germany. In 1894, they signed the Franco-Russian alliance, and then came Britain. For most of the 19th century, Britain followed a policy of splendid isolation. It didn't want to get dragged into continental politics. But that changed in the early 1900s. Germany's navy was growing, tensions in the colonies were rising, and so Britain began to look for friends. In 1904, Britain signed an understanding with France, the Entente cordiale. Then, in 1907, it reached an agreement with Russia. These weren't as strict as the Triple Alliance, but together, France, Russia and Britain formed what became known as the Triple Entente. Now Europe had two major camps. On one side, Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. On the other, France, Russia, and Britain. Each side promised to support the other in case of attack. But here's the problem. These promises didn't stay simple. They were tangled, filled with secret terms and overlapping commitments. And when the crisis came in 1914, these alliances didn't stop the war, they guaranteed it. Let's go back to that moment. After the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, Austria-Hungary blamed Serbia and declared war. Serbia turned to Russia for help, and Russia began mobilizing its massive army. Now Germany was watching closely. It had promised to support Austria-Hungary, but it also saw Russia as a threat, a huge, slow-moving threat, but a dangerous one. So Germany issued a warning to Russia: stop mobilizing or face war. Russia didn't back down. Germany now faced a nightmare: war on two fronts. To the east, Russia; to the west, France. They had long feared this. German military leaders had a plan, the Schlieffen Plan: strike France first, knock them out quickly, then turn east to face Russia. But to do that, Germany had to go through Belgium, a neutral country protected by a treaty signed by major powers, including Britain. Germany invaded Belgium anyway, and that changed everything. Britain wasn't directly allied with France or Russia in a way that forced them to act. But the invasion of Belgium triggered a sense of duty and an old promise. On August 4, 1914, Britain declared war on Germany. Now, in less than 2 weeks, a local dispute had become a continental war. Let's follow the chain of events again. Through the web of alliances, Austria-Hungary attacks Serbia. Serbia calls on Russia. Russia mobilizes. Germany declares war on Russia. France is allied with Russia, so Germany declares war on France. Germany invades Belgium. Britain enters to defend Belgium and support France. One link pulled the next. One promise pulled another, and the war machine roared to life. But the web didn't just stop in Europe. These alliances stretched across empires. When Britain entered the war, so did its colonies, from Canada to Australia to India. When France joined, so did troops from North Africa and Indochina. The Russian Empire pulled in men from Central Asia and the Caucasus. Even Japan, allied with Britain since 1902, declared war on Germany in late August 1914 and began seizing German territories in the Pacific. Soon, even the Ottoman Empire joined France, but not on the side many expected. For months, the Ottomans hesitated, but Germany had been courting them with money, weapons, and military advisors. In October, the Ottomans entered the war on the side of Germany and Austria-Hungary, the Central Powers. The web pulled in another major empire. By the end of 1914, the world was at war, and it wasn't just because of hatred or ambition. It was because of obligation. 12 promises made in times of peace that turned deadly in times of crisis. And here's the tragic part. Many of those alliances were defensive. They were supposed to prevent war. The logic was simple. If everyone had strong friends, no one would dare to attack. But the moment one spark was lit, that same logic caused a chain reaction. Because once mobilization started, backing down became impossible. To hesitate was to look weak. To pause was to risk betrayal. Every country believed it was acting in self-defense, even as they plunged the world into disaster. Germany claimed it was protecting Austria-Hungary. Russia claimed it was protecting Serbia. France claimed it was protecting itself from Germany. Britain claimed it was protecting Belgium and European balance. Austria-Hungary claimed it was protecting its empire from rebels, and so on. No one thought they were starting a world war, but each step made the next one inevitable. And once the armies began to move, by train, by horse, by foot, there was no turning back. Within weeks, trenches were dug. Lines were drawn. Battles began. The war that was supposed to be over by Christmas was just beginning. And behind all of it, like a spider's web catching every struggling fly, was the system of alliances. Some were public, some secret. Some clear, some vague, but all of them carried weight. It was a war born not just of gunfire, but of promises. Some call it honor, some call it madness. But in the end, millions of people died for agreements they never signed between countries they never saw. The leaders who built the web never imagined it would tear down the world. But it did. And now, across Europe, nations stood locked in combat, not just for territory but for survival. The alliances had done their job, they had brought the world together, just not in peace, in war. Chapter 4. The July Crisis, the countdown to war. The bullet that killed Archduke Franz Ferdinand didn't just end a man's life. It started a clock. From that moment in Sarajevo, the world had 1 month before everything would change. 31 days, a countdown toward catastrophe. And it didn't begin with shouting or gunfire. It began with telegrams, with meetings behind closed doors, with carefully chosen words that sounded calm, but carried the weight of war. At first, it didn't seem like a global disaster was coming. The world had seen assassinations before. Kings, queens, presidents, leaders had been killed in the past, and war didn't always follow. But this one was different, because the death of Franz Ferdinand didn't just wound Austria-Hungary's their pride. It gave them a reason to act. For years, Austria-Hungary had watched Serbia with growing unease. Serbia was small but fiercely nationalistic, and many in the empire saw it as a threat, a rebellious neighbor stirring up trouble among the Slavic people within Austria's borders. The assassination gave the empire a perfect excuse to strike, back to deal with Serbia once and for all, but Austria-Hungary couldn't do it alone. They needed support, and they turned to their most powerful ally, Germany. So just 5 days after the assassination, on July 5, 1914, Austria's leaders met with the German Kaiser, Wilhelm II. They presented their case. Serbia had to be punished, harshly, and they wanted to know, would Germany stand by them? The Kaiser said yes. In fact, he gave what became known as the blank check, a promise of unconditional support. No matter what Austria decided to do, Germany would back them up. With that reassurance, Austria-Hungary began preparing a response, but not immediately. They didn't act right away. They waited, partly because their top generals were on summer vacation, and partly because they wanted to be careful. They knew that any move against Serbia might provoke Russia, and they didn't want to look like the aggressors, so they spent the next 2 weeks crafting something that looked like diplomacy, but was really a trap. On July 23rd, Austria-Hungary delivered a 10-point ultimatum to Serbia. It was a list of demands, and they were harsh. Serbia was told to suppress anti-Austrian propaganda, remove officials Austria didn't like, and let Austrian agents operate on Serbian soil to investigate the assassination. It was a demand for humiliation. Austria knew Serbia would never agree to all of it. That was the point. They wanted to provoke rejection, and then claim they had no choice but to declare war. But Serbia didn't entirely reject it. Surprisingly, Serbia accepted most of the demands, even the ones that hurt their national pride. They only asked for clarification on one point, allowing Austrian police to operate in Serbia. That, they said, would violate their sovereignty. To almost everyone watching, Serbia's reply seemed reasonable. Even Britain, France, and Russia thought it was enough to avoid war, but Austria didn't care. They had made up their minds before the ultimatum was ever delivered. On July 25th, 2 days after sending the list, they cut off diplomatic ties with Serbia and began mobilizing their army. Now the clock ticked faster. Serbia, realizing war was coming, turned to its protector, Russia, and Russia, under Tsar Nicholas, too, now faced a terrible decision. On one hand, Russia couldn't let Serbia fall. It saw itself as the guardian of Slavic nations. Backing down would make Russia look weak. But on the other hand, supporting Serbia meant risking war with Germany and possibly with Austria's allies. Still, the Tsar hesitated. In the days that followed, telegrams flew back and forth between capitals, especially between Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany and Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. The two men were cousins. They had a close personal relationship, even calling each other Willie and Nicky in their messages. They both claimed they didn't want war. They both hoped the other would back down. But while they wrote to each other, their armies moved. Russia began a partial mobilization on July 29th, preparing troops near its border with Austria. Germany saw this as a threat, not just to Austria, but to themselves. And so Germany responded. On July 31st, Germany issued its own ultimatum, and this time to Russia. Stop mobilizing or face war. At the same time, Germany also warned France, stay neutral in any conflict with Russia or face consequences. Neither country backed down. Russia refused to stop mobilizing. France began preparing its own troops. Next day, August 1st, Germany declared war on Russia. The day after that, August 2nd, Germany demanded that Belgium, a neutral country, allow German troops to pass through so they could attack France more easily. Belgium refused, so on August 3rd, Germany declared war on France, and on August 4th, Germany invaded Belgium. That invasion triggered Britain's entry into the war due to a long-standing agreement to protect Belgian neutrality. In just 11 days, 5 major powers were now at war. The July crisis had ended. The countdown was over, and the war had begun. But the real tragedy of those 31 days was this. No one believed it would actually happen. Even as ultimatums were sent and troops were mobilized, many leaders thought they could still pull back at the last minute. That reason would win, that diplomacy would hold, that war would be avoided, or if it happened, would be quick and clean. They were wrong, because the systems in place, alliances, mobilization plans, secret treaties, weren't built for flexibility. They were built like machines. Once turned on, they couldn't be stopped. Take Germany's Schlieffen Plan, for example. It was a rigid schedule that assumed war with France and Russia would happen together. Germany had to move fast to defeat France before turning to Russia. The entire plan depended on speed and surprise. That's why Germany couldn't wait. Once Russia mobilized, the German military insisted they had to act, even if France hadn't declared war yet. Waiting, they said, would mean disaster. So even as diplomats talked, even as emperors and kings exchanged messages, the armies kept moving. The train schedules were set. The troops were marching. The plans were in motion. And once Belgium was invaded, it wasn't just a military issue, it was a moral one. The world saw Germany as the aggressor. A neutral country had been attacked. Civilians were in danger. Cities were burning. Britain, still undecided just days before, now had a clear reason to fight. The July crisis wasn't just a diplomatic failure. It was a perfect storm of fear, pride, miscommunication, and bad timing. Each leader believed they were acting defensively. Austria-Hungary wanted to punish Serbia, not to start a world war. Germany wanted to support Austria and protect itself from encirclement. Russia wanted to protect Serbia and avoid losing face. France wanted to support its Russian ally and defend against German aggression. Britain wanted to stop Belgium from being crushed and maintain European balance. But intentions didn't matter anymore, because the moment Austria declared war on Serbia, the machine was set in motion. There were moments it could have stopped. There were days when better communication or more time might have changed the outcome, but the fuse had been lit in Sarajevo, and by the end of July, the explosion was inevitable. Now soldiers were boarding trains with rifles slung over their shoulders. Families stood at stations waving goodbye, believing their sons would be home by Christmas. Crowds cheered in the streets wrapped in flags, singing anthems. It felt like a patriotic adventure. No one understood what was coming. The mud, the blood, the endless lines of barbed wire, the trenches, the gas, the years of slaughter. The world had never seen anything like what was about to happen. The July crisis was over, and the war to end all wars had begun. Chapter 5. The Declaration. War erupts across Europe. The fuse had been lit. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand was no longer just a Balkan crisis. It had become a European problem, and that problem was quickly spinning into a disaster. The July crisis had cracked open fault lines between old empires, and now those cracks were splitting wide open. The world was holding its breath, but not for long. It was the final days of July 1914. Diplomats raced back and forth with ultimatums, proposals, and desperate attempts to hold things together. But the machinery of war had already started to grind forward. Trains were being loaded. Orders were being signed. Troops were moving. And the words that would change everything had begun to echo. We declare war. Austria-Hungary moved first. After waiting for Serbia's reply to its ultimatum, a reply that was surprisingly conciliatory but not enough, Austria decided it was time. On July 28, 1914, Austria-Hungary officially declared war on Serbia. Cannons opened fire on Belgrade, the Serbian capital, as the Austro-Hungarian army began its invasion. The shot that killed Franz Ferdinand had now become a war between two countries, but it didn't stop there. This wasn't a war just between Austria-Hungary and Serbia. It couldn't be. Russia, Serbia's powerful ally, watched closely. The Russians saw Austria's attack not only as aggression against Serbia, but as an attempt to dominate the Balkans entirely. And Russia had long-standing ambitions in the region. It wanted influence. It wanted to protect its Slavic brothers. And perhaps most importantly, it couldn't afford to look weak. So Russia began to mobilize. This wasn't a declaration of war, at least not yet, but it was close. Russian mobilization was a massive operation. Railways were activated. Soldiers were called up. Thousands began to move toward the western borders. Russia said it was only mobilizing against Austria-Hungary, not Germany. But Germany didn't believe that. To the German military planners, a partial mobilization by Russia didn't make sense. Russia couldn't move against Austria without threatening Germany. Germany saw this as a trap, a slow, dangerous trap closing in. If Germany waited too long, it might find itself surrounded, attacked by both Russia in the east and France in the west. So Germany demanded that Russia stop mobilizing. But Russia didn't stop. Germany had spent years preparing for this moment. Every German general knew the plan. It was called the Schlieffen Plan, and it was brutal in its clarity. Strike first, strike fast. Knock out France quickly before Russia can fully mobilize. Then turn back and face Russia. It was a plan built on speed and precision. But it was also a plan that depended on one key assumption, that Germany could pass through neutral Belgium to reach France. On August 1, 1914, Germany declared war on Russia, and 2 days later, on August 3, Germany declared war on France. Europe was unraveling by the hour. At this point, the British were watching carefully. Britain was technically not bound to jump in just yet. Yes, it had agreements with France and Russia, but they weren't ironclad. The British government hesitated. They didn't want war. Not yet. Not unless there was a clear reason. That reason came on August 4, 1914, when Germany invaded Belgium. Now this was different. Britain had long held a commitment to protect Belgium's neutrality. That commitment had been signed decades earlier. And when German troops marched through Belgian territory without permission, it was more than just a strategic move. It was a violation of international law. British newspapers exploded with headlines. Public outrage grew. In Parliament, the Aouidir case was made. This wasn't just about alliances anymore. This was about protecting a small nation from aggression. And so, on August 4th, Britain declared war on Germany. Within a single week, what had started as a regional crisis had turned into a full-blown European war. Germany, Austria-Hungary, France, Russia, Britain, all locked in. It was like dominoes falling, each one hitting the next. But these weren't wooden tiles. These were nations, empires, millions of lives. And it wasn't just Europe anymore. In Africa, colonial troops were being called up. French and British colonies prepared to defend their empires. German colonies were put on alert. In Asia, Japan was watching closely. And across the ocean, even countries not yet involved, like the United States, were beginning to pay attention. The war was spreading. In cities across Europe, people flooded the streets. Flags waved, brass bands played, men in uniforms marched. With pride, some with smiles on their faces, convinced the war would be over by Christmas, posters were printed, speeches were made. Young men lined up to enlist, some lying about their age just to join the fight. There was a strange, almost surreal sense of excitement in the air. National pride had been awakened. Many people believed they were fighting for justice, honor, or survival. They didn't yet understand what kind of war this would become. Meanwhile, the generals began their moves. Germany sent its army racing west through Belgium, encountering far more resistance than expected. The Belgian army, though small, fought with surprising determination, and German brutality in occupied towns quickly turned world opinion against them. French troops launched their own attacks along the border, eager to reclaim lost territory, like Alsace and Lorraine. But they suffered heavy losses. Their colorful uniforms, bravery, and outdated tactics collided with the grim reality of modern warfare: machine guns, heavy artillery, and deadly efficiency. In the east, Russian forces began to pour into German territory, but the vast distances, poor planning, and communication breakdowns would soon create chaos of their own. The war was no longer theoretical. It was real, bloody, fast-moving, unpredictable. And yet, there was still a sense that this would be quick. Politicians and generals believed victory would come fast, that one big battle would settle things, that by fall the soldiers would be home. They were wrong. More countries were about to get involved. The Ottoman Empire was watching, Italy was undecided, and other regions, the Balkans, the Middle East, the colonies, would soon become new, front lines in a war that was expanding by the day. But at this moment, in early August 1914, the war had officially begun. And there was no turning back. The declarations had been made, the alliances triggered, the armies mobilized, the cannons fired. From the muddy trenches in Belgium to the forests of Eastern Europe to the hills of Serbia and the streets of Paris, the world had changed in just a few short weeks. The age of empires had collided with the age of industrial warfare. This was no longer a political crisis. This was the Great War, and it was only just beginning. Chapter 6. The Schlieffen Plan, Germany's blitzkrieg that wasn't. When Germany declared war on France and Russia in early August 1914, its military had no time to sit and plan. Everything was already set in motion. Orders were being followed, like clockwork. Trains were rolling, troops were moving. Because for years Germany had been preparing for this exact moment. Not in theory, not in speeches, but in one of the most detailed military strategies ever written, the Schlieffen Plan. Named after its creator, Count Alfred von Schlieffen, the plan was born out of fear. Germany feared one thing above all: fighting. A war on two fronts at the same time. On the east, Russia. On the west, France. If both enemies attacked together, Germany would be caught in a deadly squeeze. So the plan's solution was simple on paper: attack first, attack hard, and knock out France quickly, before Russia had time to fully mobilize. But simple on paper didn't mean simple in practice. The idea was to sweep through Belgium and the Netherlands, swing down into France like a giant hammer, and capture Paris within 6 weeks. Germany believed it could deliver a lightning-fast knockout blow. If France fell quickly, Germany could then turn east and deal with the slower-moving Russian army. Speed, surprise, and momentum were everything, but from the very beginning things didn't go as planned. For one, the original Schlieffen Plan actually called for invading both Belgium and the Netherlands, but when the plan was later revised by Helmuth von Moltke, Germany's military chief at the time, the Dutch part was removed. Germany wanted to keep Dutch neutrality so they could use Dutch ports for trade. This change made the German route more narrow, and that would prove costly. Still, on August 4, 1914, German troops crossed into Belgium. The first obstacle was the fortress city of Liège. German generals expected it to fall within 2 days, but the Belgians fought back with a ferocity that shocked everyone. The forts around Liège held out for almost 2 weeks, and every extra day of resistance threw off Germany's carefully timed schedule. As the Germans pushed deeper into Belgium, Their army grew more brutal. Civilians were executed. Villages were burned. Stories of atrocities began spreading quickly. Whether exaggerated or not, they lit a fire of public outrage across Europe. Germany's hope of a swift, clean campaign was now stained by blood and resistance. Meanwhile, France launched its own offensive along the eastern border, trying to reclaim Alsace and Lorraine, territory lost decades earlier in the Franco-Prussian War. French troops wore bright blue and red uniforms and charged into battle with high morale. But they were met with devastating German firepower. Thousands were killed. France's early attacks failed, and its army was forced into retreat. Germany's plan was working, but only on the surface. The right wing of the German army, the part sweeping through Belgium and northern France, was supposed to be incredibly strong, much stronger than the left wing near Alsace. That was Schlieffen's original vision, a massive right hook. But Moltke had weakened the right wing to reinforce the left. It was a subtle shift, but it meant that the most important part of the attack didn't have the overwhelming force it needed. And then came Britain. Germany had hoped that Britain might stay out of the war, but when German troops marched into Belgium, that hope vanished. Britain declared war, and the British Expeditionary Force, small but well-trained, landed in France. At the Battle of Mons, British forces clashed with the advancing Germans. Though outnumbered, the British held firm and inflicted heavy casualties before retreating. It wasn't a massive victory, but it slowed the German advance again, and time was the enemy of the Schlieffen Plan. The German army kept marching south and west, pushing the French and British forces back toward Paris. But with every mile gained, their supply lines stretched thinner. Soldiers were exhausted, horses collapsed, food and ammunition were running behind schedule. The terrain wasn't what they'd expected, and the resistance was fiercer than they had hoped. By early September, German troops were within 30 miles of Paris. The French government had already fled the capital. Panic was spreading. This was it, the moment the Germans had been counting on. But Paris didn't fall. Instead, something unexpected happened. French intelligence, using aerial reconnaissance, something very new at the time, noticed that the German right flank was exposed. Moltke had moved some troops away to fight the Russians in the east. That weakened the line, and French General Joseph Joffre saw his chance. On September 6, 1914, French and British forces launched a counterattack at the Marne River. It caught the Germans off guard. Over several days of brutal fighting, the tide began to turn. German troops, stretched too thin and facing supply problems, started to retreat. It was the first major turning point of the war. The Battle of the Marne stopped the German advance in its tracks. Paris was saved. The Schlieffen Plan, this grand vision of a quick, clean German victory, had failed. Germany's retreat didn't mean the end of fighting. It meant the end of movement. Both sides dug in. Trenches were built. Barbed wire was rolled out. And soon a new kind of war had begun. A war of mud, of artillery, of long, drawn-out battles where gaining a few yards could cost thousands of lives. This wasn't the war anyone had expected. For Germany, the failure of the Schlieffen Plan was devastating. They had gambled everything on speed and precision. But the resistance in Belgium, the arrival of British troops, the stubborn defense of France, and the exhaustion of the German army had all worked against them. And now, instead of a short war, Germany faced a nightmare, a two-front war with no clear path to victory. In the east, Russia was already putting pressure on Germany's weaker flank. In the west, France and Britain were regrouping and digging in. The plan that was supposed to avoid this exact situation had delivered it instead. Moltke, the man who had modified the plan, was crushed by the outcome. He was soon replaced. German. Morale was shaken, but their generals vowed to keep fighting. The trenches weren't just a tactic, they became a symbol of the war itself, a frozen line stretching across Europe, filled with fear, mud, and death. But in that first month, before the trenches, before the gas, before the tanks, there was a vision, a plan, a swift strike, a belief that war could be quick and decisive. That vision died at the Marne. The Schlieffen Plan had been bold, calculated, ruthless, and ultimately impossible. From here on out, the war would not be fast. It would not be clean, and it would not be over by Christmas. Chapter 7. Battle of the Marne, the end of the Blitzkrieg. The German army was on the move, fast and brutal. Town after town fell as they stormed through Belgium and into France, driving the French armies back and forcing the British Expeditionary Force to retreat. The Schlieffen Plan, despite a few setbacks, still seemed to be working. Paris was now just over 30 miles away. The German generals could almost see victory, but something was changing. The advance that had begun with unstoppable force was starting to slow. The German troops were exhausted. They had marched hundreds of miles, fighting almost non-stop. Their supply lines were stretched too far. Food, ammunition, even fresh horses were all lagging behind. Rain and mud made the roads worse, and most importantly, they had overextended themselves. Their lines were too thin, and their flanks, the sides of their army, were vulnerable. Still, they pushed forward, chasing the belief that a quick victory was just around the corner. Inside Paris, panic was everywhere. The French government had fled south. Shops were closed. People were packing whatever they could and leaving. Many feared that the city would fall just like Belgium's cities had, quickly and violently. But the French army wasn't done yet. Neither were the British. Something critical happened at that point, something that would shift the course of the war. A gap opened up in the German lines. It wasn't obvious at first. The German First Army under General von Kluck had swung too, far east of Paris, exposing the right side of the army. Meanwhile, the Second Army under General von Bülow had drifted too far south. Between them was a weak spot, an opening. And this small gap would become a turning point. The French commander-in-chief, General Joseph Joffre, had been under immense pressure. His earlier offensives in Alsace-Lorraine had failed badly, but he hadn't lost hope. He was calm, calculating, and willing to adapt. Now, seeing the exposed German flank, he realized this was the opportunity France desperately needed, and so he ordered a counterattack. But it wasn't just a regular attack, it was massive, involving over 1 million Allied troops. French armies, supported by the British, would strike the German right flank with everything they had, and they had to do it fast. To pull this off, Joffre made a bold move. He created a new French army, the Sixth Army, from scratch. Troops were rushed in from across the country, and perhaps most famously, Parisian taxi drivers were called upon to help move thousands of soldiers to the front. It became a symbol of France's determination, ordinary civilians doing their part in a moment of crisis. The battle began on September 6, 1914. For the first time in weeks, German troops were no longer advancing. They were fighting to hold their position. The Allies launched wave after wave of attacks. At first, the Germans resisted well, but the pressure kept building. More troops poured in. French artillery was hammering German positions. The British pushed from one side, the French from another. The Germans, still powerful but spread too thin, began to struggle. The battle raged for several days. Soldiers fought in villages, forests, and open fields. The noise of guns, the screams, the confusion. It was chaos. Communication broke down. Trenches hadn't even been dug yet. The front was constantly shifting. Then, something happened that sealed the fate of the German plan. General Moltke, the German chief of staff, was far from the battlefield. He wasn't able to see clearly what was unfolding. Reports were scattered, communication lines were weak, and his orders weren't always reaching the front. Under the stress, Moltke reportedly suffered a nervous breakdown. Leadership faltered. At the worst possible moment, German commanders at the front, realizing they couldn't hold their position and fearing complete collapse, began to retreat. It wasn't an organized pullback. It was a desperate effort to avoid being surrounded. By September 12th, the German army had pulled back across the Aisne River. The Allies had won. The victory stunned both sides. For France and Britain, it was a moment of relief and pride. Paris was safe. The nightmare of a quick German conquest was over. For Germany, it was a devastating blow. The Schlieffen Plan, their carefully timed blueprint for victory, was dead. This wasn't just a battlefield defeat, it was a strategic disaster. Germany had failed to knock out France in the opening weeks of the war. That meant they now had to face the exact situation they had tried so hard to avoid. A long, grinding war on two fronts. Russia was mobilizing in the east, France and Britain were regrouping in the west, and Germany was caught in between. But the consequences of the Battle of the Marne didn't stop there. After the retreat, both sides began to dig in. Literally, soldiers dug trenches to protect themselves from enemy fire. The trenches were supposed to be temporary, just something to hold the line for a few days. But those few days turned into weeks, then months, then years. Trench warfare had begun, and with it came a new kind of horror. The wide, sweeping movements of early battles were replaced by slow, brutal fighting over tiny pieces of land. The war became about inches, not miles. Mud, barbed wire, rats, disease. These would become the new realities of life on the front. But all of that started here, at the Marne. The failure of the German advance also shattered the illusion that the war would be over by Christmas. People had cheered in the streets when war was declared, believing it would be short and glorious. But now the world saw the truth. This was going to be long, hard, bloody, and different from any war that had come before. The Germans blamed their high command. Moltke was removed from his position and replaced. Some generals believed they had been just days, maybe even hours, from victory. They blamed the weakening of the right flank, the delay in Belgium, the British interference. But the truth was simpler. The plan had underestimated everything. The speed of Allied response, the resilience of the French, the mobility of British forces, and the sheer unpredictability of war. The Allies, while relieved, also understood what was coming. Victory at the Marne had saved France, but it had not ended the war. It had only changed its shape. Both sides began what would become known as the race to the sea, a frantic attempt to outflank each other by moving north, all the way to the North Sea. But each move was countered, each attempt blocked. More trenches were dug. The line solidified. The front froze. From the Swiss border to the sea, a wall of men, mud, and misery stretched across Europe. And so, the Battle of the Marne marked the end of one phase and the beginning of another. The fast-moving war that Germany had planned for was gone. In its place came something darker, something far more destructive, a war of attrition. By stopping the German advance, the Allies had saved themselves from immediate defeat. But they had also entered into a kind of war they weren't prepared for. No one was. The generals would have to invent new strategies. The soldiers would have to endure the unimaginable, and the people back home would have to accept a grim truth. This war wasn't going away anytime soon. It's strange to think that one exposed flank, one moment of overconfidence, one misstep in a river valley outside Paris could shift the course of world history. But it did. The Battle of the Marne may not be as well known today as some later battles, but it was the first great turning point of the First World War. It didn't end the war. It reshaped it. And as the trenches were dug and the barbed wire rolled out, a new chapter was beginning, one that would define the next 4 years of suffering and sacrifice. Chapter 8. Trench warfare begins. Life in the mud. After the Battle of the Marne, the war changed shape. Germany's dream of a quick victory had collapsed, and both sides were left scrambling to figure out what to do next. The German armies, no longer on the offensive, began digging in, not because they wanted to, but because they had to. The land they had gained had to be held. And if the enemy was going to try and take it back, they'd make sure it wouldn't be easy. At first, the trenches were simple, just shallow ditches dug by hand, barely wide enough for a man to lie in. But as days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, these ditches grew deeper, wider and more complex. Wooden planks were laid down to walk on. Sandbags were stacked for cover. Dugouts were carved into the sides for shelter. What started as a temporary solution became a permanent reality, and it wasn't just the Germans. The French and British armies, realizing they couldn't break through the German lines, began building trenches of their own. Soon a line of trenches stretched from the North Sea to the Swiss border, hundreds of miles of mud, wire, and misery. This was the Western Front, and it would barely move for the next 4 years. Life in the trenches wasn't just hard, it was hell. Imagine waking up every day surrounded by mud, Not just ordinary mud, but thick, sticky, stinking mud that clung to your boots, soaked your clothes, and swallowed anything that touched the ground. Rain made everything worse. Trenches would flood. Water would rise above your ankles, sometimes to your knees. Soldiers had to sleep standing up, leaning against the walls because lying down meant being soaked. And then there were the rats. Huge, aggressive rats that thrived in the trenches. They fed on garbage, leftover food, and even the dead. They would crawl over sleeping soldiers, chew on uniforms, and bite if disturbed. No one could escape them. Soldiers tried shooting them, stabbing them, even hitting them with shovels, but they kept coming. Disease was everywhere. One of the worst was trench foot, a condition caused by standing in cold, wet conditions for too long. The skin on a soldier's feet would rot, turn black, and in severe cases lead to amputation. Hygiene was almost impossible. There were no toilets, just holes in the ground. Flies swarmed everywhere. Dysentery, typhus, and lice outbreaks were common. The stench of sweat, mud, rotting flesh, and unwashed bodies filled the air. Food was another daily struggle. Supplies had to be brought to the front lines under enemy fire, so meals were often basic and cold. Hard biscuits, tins of bully beef, and weak tea were common. Sometimes the food was moldy or filled with maggots. Fresh meat and vegetables were rare. Water had to be carried in and often tasted of chlorine, added to kill bacteria. But worse than all of that was the constant threat of death. Trenches might seem like protection, but they were also death traps. Artillery shells exploded above and around them, sending deadly shrapnel in every direction. Snipers watched from across no man's land, waiting for the slightest movement. A soldier lifting his head above the parapet, even for a second, risked being shot. Gas attacks became a terrifying new weapon. Without warning, clouds of chlorine or mustard gas would drift in, burning lungs, blinding eyes, and leaving soldiers choking or worse. There was no true safety. Every so often, an order would come down, prepare to go over the top. That meant climbing out of the trench and charging across no man's land toward the enemy lines. No man's land was a wasteland, craters from shells, barbed wire, mud, and the bodies of the fallen. Charging through it was almost suicidal. Machine guns mowed down entire waves of men before they reached halfway. Some attacks lasted minutes, others turned into hours of horror, and when it was over, whether the attack succeeded or failed, the soldiers returned to the trenches if they made it back alive. The mental toll of trench warfare was just as brutal as the physical. Soldiers lived with constant fear. Fear of the next shell, fear of the next gas attack, fear of being called up for an assault. Many developed what was known as shell shock, what we'd now call PTSD. They'd shake uncontrollably, become mute, lose the ability to walk or speak. Some would scream in their sleep. Others became numb, detached from reality. Doctors didn't always know how to treat them, and often didn't try. But somehow, despite all this, soldiers endured. They built routines to survive. They wrote letters. They joked. They cleaned their weapons, shaved, played cards, and sang songs. Christmas 1914 even brought something unexpected. In some areas along the front, soldiers from both sides climbed out of their trenches, met in the middle, and exchanged gifts. They played football, shared food, sang together. For a brief moment, the war paused, and humanity broke through the madness. But moments like that were rare and short-lived. As the war dragged on, the trenches grew deeper, the wire thicker, and the attacks more deadly. Engineers added more features, dugouts that went deep underground, command posts, field, hospitals, ammo storage. Trenches were organized into systems, front lines, support trenches, reserve trenches, all connected by communication trenches. Moving through them was like navigating a maze. Still, the basic life of a trench soldier remained unchanged. Wet, cold, hungry, afraid. Rotations helped. Soldiers didn't stay in the front line forever. Typically, they spent a few days on the front, then were rotated to a reserve trench, then to the rear for brief rest. But even in the rear, they could hear the guns. Even behind the lines, they weren't truly safe. And for those left at home, the reality of trench life was hard to imagine. Posters and propaganda painted war as heroic. Newspapers gave short updates with little detail, but the letters sent back from the front told a different story, some filled with cheer and optimism, others with despair. Families waited for news, some received letters, others received telegrams, with the words, "We regret to inform you." Trench warfare wasn't limited to just one location. Though most famously associated with the Western Front, trenches also appeared in parts of Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and other fronts. But it was in France and Belgium that the line stayed stuck, and trench life became the symbol of the war. Generals and politicians back home still hoped for breakthroughs. They launched massive offensives, throwing hundreds of thousands of men into battle, trying to break the deadlock. But again and again they failed. The cost was horrific. Fields soaked with blood for the gain of a few hundred yards. Then a counterattack would push it back. In the trenches, the soldiers called it the meat grinder. Still, they followed orders. They fought. They died. And they waited. By 1915, it became clear that trench warfare wasn't just a temporary phase. It was the new normal. The war that was supposed to be fast and glorious had become slow and gruesome. No one had planned for this. No one had imagined it would go on this long, and no one knew how to end it. New weapons were introduced to try and break the stalemate. Poison gas, flamethrowers, more powerful artillery, but these only made the trenches more terrible, not less. Tanks would appear later, but not yet, and not in a way that truly changed the war. The world had entered a new kind of conflict, not one of sweeping cavalry charges or noble duels, but one of mud, wire, noise, and waiting. A war of endurance, of attrition, of survival. In the end, trench warfare defined the First World War more than any other element. It was where millions of men lived, fought, and died. It was where hope faded and horror became normal, and it was where a generation was changed forever, not just by the bullets and bombs, but by what they endured day after day, in the mud, under fire, hoping to make it home. Chapter 9. The Western Front. A war of attrition. By the time trench warfare had taken hold, the Western Front was no longer about bold moves or rapid victories. It had turned into something darker, something slower, and far more painful. This was no longer a war of strategy or clever planning. It became a war of wearing the other side down, a war of attrition. The goal wasn't to outsmart the enemy, it was to outlast them. After the trenches were dug from the North Sea to the Swiss border, both sides dug in, literally and mentally. Generals ordered attacks, hoping that just one big push could break the enemy's line. Just one offensive that would create a gap, lead to a breakthrough and end the war. But that never really happened. What did happen was thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, of men dying for just a few yards of ground. And even when ground was gained, it was often lost again days later in a counterattack. Over and over this cycle repeated. Every attack started the same. Artillery would pound the enemy trenches for hours, sometimes days. The idea was to destroy their defenses, flatten their wire, and kill as many soldiers as possible before the infantry moved in. Shells screamed overhead, exploding with deafening booms, sending shrapnel flying. The ground shook, the sky turned grey with smoke, and trenches were reduced to rubble. Then came the whistles. Soldiers would climb over the top and charge across no man's land. They ran into gunfire, barbed wire, and shell holes. Many never even made it halfway. Machine guns cut them down in seconds. Those who did reach the enemy line found that the artillery had often done less damage than hoped. The barbed wire was still there. The trenches still full of enemy soldiers ready to fight. And when the attack failed, and most did, the survivors stumbled back through the mud, wounded, shaken, and fewer in number. Then the next day, it might happen again, and again, and again. That's what made the Western Front so horrifying. It wasn't just one big, terrible battle. It was a constant grind of small attacks, big offensives, surprise raids, and endless shelling. A never-ending wave of death and destruction, with no end in sight. It wasn't just soldiers who suffered. The land itself was destroyed. Trees were shredded into splinters. Fields turned into barren, cratered wastelands. Entire villages were reduced to piles of stone. Nothing green remained. No birds, no animals, just mud and silence between the thunder of explosions. And through it all the men remained in the trenches. Some were new recruits, barely trained, terrified of what was to come. Others were veterans, hardened by months or years of war, numb to the horror around them. Every soldier carried the weight of fear. Fear of being killed, fear of being wounded, fear of going over the top, fear of never seeing home again. Casualties weren't always caused by combat. Disease, accidents, and exposure claimed many lives. So did despair. Some soldiers broke down completely. Some refused to go forward. Some tried to injure themselves just to escape the front. Others never came back from a patrol or disappeared in the night, consumed by darkness and fear. And yet for every man lost, another was sent to replace him. The war machine kept grinding. Nations back home started to feel the pressure. At first, people were full of hope. They believed in victory. They cheered their soldiers. But as the months passed and the casualty lists grew, that hope began to fade. Streets that once rang with parades and songs became filled with silence and mourning. Women wore black. Children asked when their fathers would come home. The answers never came. Governments knew morale was dropping. They used posters and speeches to keep the public on their side. They called for sacrifice, duty, and courage. Newspapers told stories of heroism. But the truth was harder to hide. So many were dying. So few gains were being made. And still, the front didn't move. One of the most infamous examples of this endless suffering came in 1916 at the Battle of Verdun. The Germans launched a massive assault on the French lines, hoping to bleed France white, to kill so many French soldiers that the country would collapse. The French, knowing they couldn't afford to lose Verdun, vowed to hold the line no matter what. What followed was one of the longest and bloodiest battles in history. For 10 months, the two sides fought over hills, forts, and villages. Trenches were taken, lost, and taken again. Shells fell by the millions, bodies piled up, and yet neither side broke. The cost was staggering. Hundreds of thousands of men were killed or wounded, for almost no change in position. And still, the war dragged on. Later that year, the British launched their own major offensive along the Somme River. It was meant to relieve pressure on the French at Verdun and finally break through the German lines. The first day of the battle of the Somme became the bloodiest day in British military history. Over 57,000 British soldiers were killed or wounded on day one. The battle continued for months. Villages were fought over one by one. Shells fell night and day. Rain turned everything to sludge. By the end, more than 1 million men from all sides were dead or wounded. And the front line? It had moved only a few miles. These battles were just 2 examples. There were many others: Ypres, Passchendaele, Loos, each one filled with horror, each one marked by mud, wire, blood, and pain. This was the reality of the Western Front, a war that had become a meat grinder, a place where human lives were spent like bullets, a war of numbers, of supply lines, of sheer endurance. Generals kept planning new attacks, new strategies, new weapons, but the core of it never changed. Men were sent forward, many did not return, and when it was over, another plan began. This wasn't the kind of war anyone had expected. Before 1914, wars had been short, with quick battles and decisive outcomes. This was something else entirely. A war where victory wasn't measured by territory gained, but by how many enemy soldiers you could kill, and whether you could keep fighting longer than they could. That's what made it a war of attrition. Germany believed that if they could keep pressure on France and Britain long enough, those countries would collapse. France believed that with enough determination, they could push the Germans out. Britain thought that superior resources would eventually wear down the Central Powers. Everyone hoped that just a little more sacrifice would bring victory, but none of them really knew when it would end, or how much more would be lost before it did. And as the years passed, the cost kept rising. Millions of soldiers dead, millions more wounded, many with injuries they would carry for life, limbs lost, faces disfigured, minds shattered, entire. Towns back home emptied of young men. The war was no longer about ideals or causes. It was about survival. It was about enduring one more bombardment, holding one more trench, digging in and holding on. And still, even in the darkest days, soldiers found ways to cope. They shared cigarettes, they wrote poetry. They found humor in small things, nicknames, songs, jokes, anything to make the days bearable, to remind themselves that they were still human in a world that had forgotten what that meant. By now, it was clear to everyone. This war would not end with one great victory. It would end when one side could no longer continue, when the weight of death, loss, and destruction became too much to bear. And on the Western Front, that weight grew heavier with every passing day. Chapter 10. The Eastern Front. War on a vast scale. While the Western Front was locked in a brutal stalemate filled with trenches, mud, and unending artillery barrages, another war was unfolding far to the east. It looked different. It felt different. But it was just as deadly. The Eastern Front, stretching across hundreds of miles of land, saw empires collide in a clash that was massive in scale, chaotic in movement, and devastating in its own way. Here, it wasn't just about a few yards of land. It was about sweeping offensives that covered hundreds of miles, vast plains where armies could move, regroup, and strike again. There were fewer trenches. The front was more fluid, but that didn't make it any less violent. In many ways, it was even more unpredictable. At the heart of it all was the Russian Empire, a giant with a massive population, an enormous army, and a deep sense of duty to defend its status and its allies. Russia had entered the war quickly after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand and the chain reaction that followed. They mobilized to protect Serbia, to honor alliances, and to stop German and Austro-Hungarian ambitions. But there was a problem. Russia's army was big, but not well equipped. Many soldiers didn't even have proper rifles. Some had to wait for others to fall in battle just to pick up a weapon. The country was struggling with outdated infrastructure, poor communication, and weak leadership. The generals often made bold moves without the resources to back them up. Still, in the early days of the war, Russia moved fast. Very fast. In August 1914, Russian forces surprised everyone by launching a massive attack into East Prussia, German territory. The Germans hadn't expected such a quick move and scrambled to respond. At first, it looked like Russia might have the upper hand. Two Russian armies advanced from different directions, threatening to crush the German forces caught in between. But then came the Battle of Tannenberg. The Germans, led by Generals Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff, managed to intercept Russian communications. They figured out exactly what the Russians were planning and used that information to their advantage. In a matter of days, they encircled and destroyed one of the Russian armies, capturing tens of thousands of prisoners. It was a crushing defeat for Russia and a major boost for German morale. Still, even after Tannenberg, the Russians kept pushing. The Eastern Front wasn't about one battle deciding everything. It was a constant back and forth, with one side gaining ground, then losing it. Cities and towns were taken, then abandoned. Whole regions were fought over multiple times. Unlike the narrow strip of trenches in the west, this front stretched for hundreds of miles, from the Baltic Sea in the north to the Carpathian Mountains in the south. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, Germany's ally, had its own problems. They struggled badly in the early months of the war. Their attempts to invade Serbia failed repeatedly. Their campaigns against Russia went poorly too. Austro-Hungarian armies were pushed back again and again, suffering heavy losses. Morale collapsed. Command structures broke down. It became clear that Austria-Hungary would not be able to handle the Eastern War without German help. So Germany stepped in. Together, the Central Powers launched joint offensives to regain lost territory. One of the most significant was the Gorlice-Tarnów offensive in 1915. It was a major German-led attack that punched through Russian lines in present-day Poland. The Russians were forced into a massive retreat, abandoning huge areas of land. Cities fell, railroads were lost, and tens of thousands of Russian soldiers were captured or killed. It was one of the most successful offensives of the war up to that point. But like everything in this war, success came with a cost. Villages were destroyed, Civilians were caught in the middle, many forced to flee their homes, others were arrested, executed, or deported. The war didn't just ruin armies, it ruined lives. The size of the front meant that battles weren't as predictable or contained as they were in the West. There were times when entire armies were surrounded or cut off, simply because of the vast distances and poor communication. Supply lines were stretched thin. Soldiers sometimes marched for days without food or rest. Trenches weren't always an option in the wide-open countryside, so soldiers dug in wherever they could, behind trees, in frozen ditches, or among ruins. The weather made everything worse. Winters in the east were brutally cold. Snowstorms swept through the battlefield. Soldiers froze in their coats, their boots stiff with ice. Equipment failed in the cold. Horses collapsed. Even guns jammed. In the summer, heat baked the land, and disease spread quickly through camps. Dysentery, typhus, and lice plagued the troops. Death didn't always come from bullets. What made the Eastern Front especially tragic was the human cost outside of battle. Millions of civilians lived in the war zones. They had no escape. Some were caught in the middle of artillery fire. Others were forced to feed and house soldiers or flee their homes with only what they could carry. Entire communities were uprooted. Some were accused of spying or helping the enemy and faced harsh punishments, sometimes execution without trial. Ethnic tensions added another layer of pain. The Eastern Front stretched across areas with mixed populations: Poles, Jews, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, and more. In the chaos of war, suspicion and hatred boiled over. Pogroms and forced relocations became common. Civilians often paid the price for the decisions made by generals hundreds of miles away. Russia, already struggling to modernize before the war, began to crack under the pressure. Factories couldn't keep up with demand. Transport systems broke down. Soldiers went into battle without rifles or proper clothing. Some had no boots. Others had only a few bullets a day. Food shortages hit both the army and the people back home. Hunger spread. Frustration turned to anger. By 1916, the Russian army had suffered millions of casualties, and yet the war continued. The Russian people started to lose faith in their leaders. The Tsar, Nicholas II, insisted on leading the army himself, even though he had little military experience. His decisions made things worse. At the same time, political unrest was growing. Protests broke out. Strikes paralyzed cities. Revolutionary ideas began to spread through the population, and even through the army ranks. Meanwhile, Germany and Austria-Hungary were also exhausted. Their victories on the Eastern Front came with a price. They had to keep sending troops east, weakening their forces in the west. The size of the front, the need to occupy captured areas, and the constant movement made everything more complicated. Even victories didn't feel like victories anymore. And still, despite all of this, battles kept happening. In 1916, the Russians launched a huge attack known as the Brusilov Offensive. It was one of their most successful operations of the war. Using surprise tactics and improved coordination, Russian forces broke through Austro-Hungarian lines and advanced deep into enemy territory. It shocked the Central Powers and showed that even after years of loss, Russia could still strike hard. But it wasn't enough to change the war. The offensive cost Russia dearly. The army was exhausted, supplies ran low, soldiers were demoralized, and while the Austro-Hungarians were shaken, the Germans stepped in once again to stop the Russian advance. The lines stabilized. The war dragged on. The Eastern Front had its own rhythm, fast, wide, chaotic. It didn't have the static trenches of France and Belgium, but it had its own kind of horror. Villages wiped out, armies broken, civilians crushed under the weight of moving fronts and retreating forces, and through it all, a sense that no matter how far one side advanced, nothing ever truly changed. By the end of 1916, both sides were nearing collapse. The soldiers were tired, the people were starving, the governments were losing control, and in Russia something far more dangerous than a foreign army was brewing: revolution. The war in the East had pushed Russia to its limits. Soon, those limits would snap, And when they did, everything would change, not just for the Eastern Front, but for the entire war. Chapter 11. The Ottoman Empire enters the war. How the Middle East became a new battlefield. After years of slow-burning decline, the Ottoman Empire was no longer the mighty force it had once been. By the time the First World War exploded across Europe in 1914, many considered the Ottomans the sick man of Europe. Their empire stretched across the Middle East, North Africa, and parts of Europe, but it was riddled with internal problems, ethnic divisions, and political uncertainty. Still, it held strategic importance. The empire's location controlled vital trade routes, waterways, and territories that both sides of the war desperately cared about, and as the fighting intensified across Europe's battlefields and Russia's vast plains, it became clear the Ottomans wouldn't remain on the sidelines for long. At the start of the war, the Ottoman leadership was torn. Some wanted to stay neutral, not drag the empire into a European war. Others, especially those in the ruling elite known as the Young Turks, believed joining the war could restore the empire's strength. They saw it as an opportunity. If the Ottomans joined the right side, perhaps they could recover lost lands, gain new ones, and re-establish their influence. But the question was, which side? Britain, France, and Russia were powerful, but the Ottomans had a long and bitter history with Russia. The two empires had fought several wars over territory in the Caucasus and the Balkans. Russia had always wanted control over the Turkish Straits, the Bosporus and the Dardanelles, vital waterways connecting the Black Sea to the Mediterranean. Losing those would have crippled the Ottoman Empire. There was deep mistrust. The Ottomans didn't want to help an old enemy grow stronger, so when Germany came knocking, they listened. Germany had been courting the Ottoman Empire for years, sending military advisors, investing in railroads, and building economic ties. The Germans offered modern weapons, training, and promises. If the Ottomans joined the Central Powers, Germany said they would protect Ottoman territory and maybe even help them expand. It was a tempting offer, especially as German armies scored early victories and Russia looked shaky. Secret negotiations began, but the final push came in the form of 2 German warships. In August 1914, just days after the war started, 2 powerful German cruisers, the Goeben and the Breslau, fled from British pursuit in the Mediterranean. They raced toward the Ottoman-controlled Dardanelles, seeking refuge. The Ottomans allowed them in, claiming they had purchased the ships from Germany, even giving them new names and flying Ottoman flags. But everyone knew the truth. They were still German ships with German crews. When those ships later bombarded Russian ports in the Black Sea, it became obvious. The Ottomans were entering the war, and they had picked their side. In late October 1914, the Ottoman Empire officially joined the Central Powers. Almost immediately, the war spread beyond Europe. The Middle East, the Caucasus, and parts of North Africa became new battlegrounds. The old Ottoman territories, already under pressure from internal revolts and colonial ambitions, were about to be pulled into a much larger storm. One of the first major fronts was the Caucasus, where Ottoman forces faced off against Russia. The terrain was harsh: mountains, deep snow, and bitter cold. Many Ottoman soldiers weren't properly equipped for winter conditions. Their leadership made poor strategic decisions. In early 1915, they launched an ambitious offensive at Sarikamish, hoping to catch Russian forces off guard, but it turned into a disaster. The plan was overcomplicated. Supplies ran out. Soldiers froze to death in the snow. The Russians counterattacked. Tens of thousands of Ottoman troops were lost. But the defeat didn't just damage the army. It also had horrifying consequences for civilians. After the Sarikamish disaster, Ottoman leaders blamed local Armenian communities, accusing them of helping the Russians. Suspicion turned to violence. In 1915, the Ottoman government began a brutal campaign of mass arrests, forced deportations, and killings. What followed was one of the darkest chapters of the war: the Armenian genocide. Over 1 million Armenians were driven from their homes, sent on death marches, or executed outright. The empire used the cover of war to carry out what it called relocation, but in reality it was systematic destruction. Families were torn apart, entire villages were wiped out, and the world consumed by the chaos of global war, mostly looked away. Meanwhile, other parts of the Ottoman Empire were erupting into conflict. In the West, British and French strategists looked for ways to knock the Ottomans out of the war. Quickly. One idea was to attack the Dardanelles and take control of the Straits. If successful, it would open a supply route to Russia and put direct pressure on Istanbul. The result was the Gallipoli campaign, a major amphibious assault by Allied forces in 1915. British, French, Australian and New Zealand troops landed on the Gallipoli Peninsula, expecting a quick victory. What they got was months of bloodshed. The Ottomans, under the leadership of military commander Mustafa Kemal, who would later become known as Ataturk, dug in and fought fiercely. The terrain was steep and rocky. The Allies struggled to advance. Supplies were limited. Disease spread. The campaign turned into a brutal stalemate, eerily similar to the Western Front. After nearly a year of fighting and over 250,000 casualties on each side, the Allies gave up and withdrew. Gallipoli became a symbol of both heroic resistance and military failure. For the Ottomans, it was a rare and vital victory, a sign that they could still defend their homeland. But the war didn't stop there. The Middle East became a vast, shifting battlefield. In Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, British forces invaded Ottoman territory to secure oil supplies and protect trade routes to India. At first, the British advanced quickly, taking key towns and pushing toward Baghdad, but they overextended. In 1916, an entire British Indian army was surrounded and forced to surrender at the town of Kut. It was one of the worst defeats the British suffered in the war. The Ottomans held strong, but like everywhere else, their victories came at a terrible cost, and as the war dragged on, cracks began to appear. The Ottoman Empire was fighting on too many fronts, with too few resources. Its economy was collapsing. Food shortages were rampant. Disease and famine spread across cities and countryside alike. The army was stretched thin. Supplies couldn't reach distant areas. And in the deserts of Arabia, something unexpected was stirring. The British, hoping to weaken the Ottomans from within, began supporting Arab nationalist movements. Many Arab leaders had grown resentful of Ottoman rule, especially as Turkish officials tried to centralize power. The British promised independence in exchange for rebellion. With British weapons, gold, and the help of officers like T.E. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia, Arab fighters launched guerrilla attacks against Ottoman garrisons and railways. It wasn't a large army, but it created chaos, forced the Ottomans to divert troops and undermined their control in key regions. Back in Istanbul, the government held on. But the costs were unbearable. Hundreds of thousands had died. The countryside was devastated. Many parts of the empire were under foreign occupation or in open rebellion. Yet still, the Ottomans kept fighting. They had thrown their lot in with Germany and Austria-Hungary, and they were in too deep to pull out now. By 1917, things were falling apart. The British retook Kut and marched into Baghdad. In Palestine, they advanced steadily north, pushing Ottoman forces back. In the Arabian Peninsula, rebel fighters seized cities and disrupted supply lines. One by one, Ottoman territories slipped away. The empire was bleeding out. Then, in 1918, everything unraveled. Germany was on the brink of collapse. Austria-Hungary was falling apart. And the Ottomans, exhausted and broken, finally gave in. In October 1918, they signed an armistice with the Allies. The war was over, for them at least, but the peace would be just as painful as the war itself. After the armistice, Allied forces occupied parts of the empire. The once great Ottoman realm was divided by foreign powers. The British and French carved up the Middle East, drawing new borders with little regard for history, culture, or identity. The promises made to Arab leaders were broken. Tensions simmered, revolts flared up. And a young Turkish nationalist movement, led again by Mustafa Kemal, would soon rise to resist foreign control. For the Ottoman Empire, World War I was the final blow. It didn't just lose territory, it ceased to exist. In its place, new nations would rise, borders would be redrawn, and a century of conflict in the Middle East would begin. The war had turned the region into a battlefield, But the real consequences were only just beginning. The Ottoman decision to enter the war had seemed like a bold move for survival and restoration, but by the end, it had destroyed the very thing it aimed to save. The Middle East was forever changed, and the legacy of that decision would echo long after the last shot was fired. Chapter 12. Gallipoli. The Allies failed. By early 1915, the war had already bogged down into a brutal and bloody stalemate. On the Western Front, soldiers were digging deep into trenches, neither side making any real progress. The Eastern Front was massive and chaotic, and the Ottoman Empire had now joined the war, opening up new fronts in the Middle East and the Caucasus. But despite all the movement, the war was stuck. The Allies, mainly Britain, France and Russia, wanted a way to break the deadlock. They needed a bold move, something that could knock one of the Central Powers out of the war and shift the balance. That's when the idea of Gallipoli was born. The plan started with a simple goal: to open up a new front by attacking the Ottoman Empire from the south. By capturing the Dardanelles Strait, a narrow strip of water that connected the Mediterranean Sea to the Sea of Marmara, the Allies hoped to open a supply route to Russia, which was running low on weapons and ammunition. More than that, they believed a successful attack could knock the Ottomans out of the war entirely. It sounded ambitious, but it also seemed doable. The Ottomans had already shown signs of weakness, especially after the disaster at Sarikamish. Allied leaders believed that with a strong naval assault and a quick land invasion, they could take the straits, march toward the Ottoman capital of Constantinople, and force a surrender. Winston Churchill, who was First Lord of the Admiralty, at the time was one of the biggest supporters of the plan. He pushed hard for a naval assault on the Dardanelles, convinced that a show of power from the sea could break through Ottoman defenses. In February 1915, the British and French navies began bombarding Ottoman forts along the straits. At first, the operation seemed promising. The initial bombardments damaged some forts and pushed back Ottoman gunners. But the deeper the Allied ships moved into the straits, the more problems they encountered. The Ottomans had laid mines in the water, and their coastal defenses were stronger than expected. On March 18th, a major assault by Allied warships ended in disaster. Several battleships were sunk or badly damaged by mines and artillery. The naval-only strategy had failed. It became clear that a land invasion would be needed if the Allies wanted to take control of the Dardanelles. So the plan changed. Instead of relying solely on ships, the Allies decided to land troops on the Gallipoli Peninsula, which formed the northern bank of the strait. If they could secure the peninsula, they could silence the Ottoman guns and allow their navy to pass through. The idea sounded logical on paper, but in practice, it turned into one of the most tragic and poorly executed campaigns of the entire war. On April 25, 1915, thousands of Allied troops began landing on the shores of Gallipoli. The main landings happened in several locations, including Cape Helles at the southern tip and a narrow beach later known as Anzac Cove. The soldiers came from all over the British Empire: British troops, French colonial forces, Indian regiments, and the newly formed Anzacs, which stood for the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps. For many of them, this was their first experience of combat. They had trained for months and were told that the Ottomans would be weak and disorganized. But the reality was very different. The Ottomans were ready. They had been watching the Allied preparations and had dug in along the cliffs and ridges. Under the leadership of commanders like Mustafa Kemal, who would later become the founding father of modern Turkey, they prepared strong defensive positions. When the Allied troops came ashore, they faced steep terrain, machine gun fire from above, and chaotic landings. The beaches were narrow, exposed, and offered little cover. Many soldiers didn't even make it off the boats. What was supposed to be a swift and decisive strike turned into a nightmare. The fighting quickly settled into the same grim pattern as the Western Front. Trenches were dug. Soldiers faced constant shelling, sniper fire, and brutal hand-to-hand combat. The terrain was rocky and dry in summer, freezing and muddy in winter. Supplies were scarce. Clean water was limited. Flies, lice, and disease made life in the trenches miserable. The heat brought clouds of insects and the stench of unburied bodies. The cold brought frostbite and pneumonia. Soldiers suffered, and thousands died not just from bullets and bombs, but from infections and exhaustion. The Allies had completely underestimated the Ottomans' ability to resist. Every attempt to advance met with fierce counterattacks. Even small gains came at a huge cost. The high ground, especially key ridges and hills like Çanakkale and Acıbaba, remained in Ottoman hands, giving them a constant advantage. For months, the two sides traded fire, but made almost no real progress. It was trench warfare once, again in a different setting. One of the most infamous moments came in August 1915, during a large Allied offensive meant to break the stalemate. The plan was to attack multiple points at once and finally seize the ridges. The fighting was intense, especially around a place called Lone Pine, where Australian troops captured Ottoman trenches after days of close combat. But the broader offensive failed. The Ottomans held on. Thousands of men died for only a few hundred yards of ground. It became clear the Allies weren't going to win. As the months dragged on, morale collapsed. Troops who had arrived full of energy now spent their days in fear and misery. Commanders rotated in and out, strategies shifted constantly, but the situation didn't change. Supplies ran dangerously low. Winter arrived, bringing rain, snow, and flooding. Trenches filled with water, soldiers froze in their boots. Still, no breakthrough came. By December 1915, after 8 long months of fighting, Allied leaders made the painful decision to evacuate. The campaign had failed. Quietly and carefully, they began pulling troops off the peninsula. To their surprise, the evacuation itself went smoothly, perhaps the only part of the entire campaign that worked as planned. By January 1916, the last Allied troops had left Gallipoli. The operation was over. The cost was staggering. More than 250,000 Allied soldiers had been killed, wounded, or gone missing. The Ottoman losses were just as high. For every foot of ground gained or lost, thousands had paid with their lives. And yet the front line barely moved. Gallipoli had achieved none of its goals. The Dardanelles remained under Ottoman control. The supply route to Russia stayed blocked. And the idea of knocking the Ottomans out of the war was gone. For the Allies, Gallipoli was a humiliation. It exposed poor planning, underestimation of the enemy, and the terrible cost of overconfidence. Winston Churchill, who had championed the campaign, was forced to resign from his post. Many questioned how such a failure could happen and how so many lives had been thrown away for so little gain. But for the Ottoman Empire, it was something different. Gallipoli was a rare moment of triumph. Against all odds, they had defended their homeland. The victory gave them a morale boost at a time when their empire was otherwise crumbling. It also launched the rise of Mustafa Kemal, whose leadership during the campaign made him a national hero and set the stage for his future role as the leader of modern Turkey. For Australia and New Zealand, Gallipoli became a defining national moment. Though the campaign had failed, the courage and sacrifice of the Anzac soldiers became a source of pride. April 25th, the day of the landing, became Anzac Day, a national day of remembrance. The campaign marked the beginning of a growing national identity, separate from the British Empire. It was a painful beginning, but it mattered deeply. In the broader story of the war, Gallipoli stands as a tragic example of how strategy, ambition, and human lives can collide. It was a desperate attempt to change the course of a global conflict. But instead of a breakthrough, it delivered only loss and suffering. It showed that even in new places, with new tactics and different terrain, the war still followed the same brutal rules. Plans could go wrong, soldiers would die in droves, and the front lines would stay stubbornly still. As the Allies licked their wounds and regrouped elsewhere, the war dragged on. The Western Front remained locked in its slow grind. The Eastern Front was falling apart. The Middle East would continue to burn with revolt and invasion. And in Gallipoli, the ghosts of 1915 would linger long after the guns fell silent. Chapter 13, War at Sea, Blockades and Submarines. As the echoes of artillery faded from the rocky shores of Gallipoli, the war's brutal logic continued elsewhere. On land, battles dragged on across Europe and beyond, but another front less visible yet deeply powerful, was unfolding across the oceans. The war at sea was not defined by trenches or territory, but by control over trade, supplies, and the invisible arteries that kept nations alive. It wasn't just soldiers at the front lines who depended on these sea routes. Entire economies, civilians, and armies waited anxiously for the ships that brought food, fuel, weapons, and medicine. And during World War I, the seas became battlegrounds, just as deadly as the fields of France or the deserts of the Middle East. At the heart of this naval conflict were two major strategies: the British blockade and Germany's use of submarines. Both sides understood that starving the enemy of resources could be just as effective as defeating them in battle. If you couldn't get bullets to the front or bread to your people, you couldn't win a war. So ships, big and small, military and civilian, suddenly became high-stakes targets in a global struggle for survival. Britain, with its powerful Royal Navy, had long dominated the oceans. From the start of the war, the British focused on using this strength to blockade Germany. That meant surrounding German ports, stopping merchant ships, and cutting off access to the raw materials Germany needed. Coal, iron, oil, nitrates for explosives, rubber, these weren't luxuries, they were lifelines. Without them, German factories would go silent, soldiers would go hungry, and the war effort would crumble from the inside. The blockade wasn't just a few ships floating near Germany. It was massive and far-reaching. British warships patrolled the North Sea, inspected cargo from neutral countries, and intercepted anything that could potentially support Germany. It was slow, methodical, and over time brutally effective. German imports dropped dramatically. Civilian shortages began to bite. The economy strained under pressure. By 1916 and 1917, people in German cities were beginning to suffer from real hunger, shortages, and cold winters with little fuel, but blockades cut both ways. Germany couldn't match the Royal Navy ship for ship on the surface. Their fleet was modern, but much smaller. Instead, they turned to a different kind of weapon, one that didn't rely on massive guns or towering steel hulls. They used submarines, called U-boats, short for Unterseeboot or undersea boat. These machines were silent, hunters, able to lurk below the surface and strike without warning. And while they were small and vulnerable, they were deadly. In the early months of the war, U-boat attacks were limited and cautious. But as the British blockade tightened, Germany grew desperate to strike back. Submarines began targeting merchant ships bringing supplies to Britain and France. The goal was clear. If they could sink enough cargo ships, they could starve the Allies just as the British were trying to starve them. Submarine warfare was terrifying. Merchant ships often didn't stand a chance. U-boats would surface, fire a torpedo and disappear again. There was no warning, no time to escape. Ships vanished beneath the waves in minutes, dragging cargo and crew down with them. At first, Germany tried to follow certain rules, like giving crews time to abandon ship, but these rules quickly faded as the war dragged on and the stakes rose. One of the most infamous moments came in 1915, when a German U-boat sank the British ocean liner Lusitania. The ship was carrying civilians, including women and children, as well as war supplies. Nearly 1,200 people died, including 128 Americans. The attack sent shockwaves across the world. Germany argued that the ship had been carrying military cargo, and they weren't wrong. But the loss of civilian lives was a PR disaster. It outraged public opinion, especially in the United States. For a time, Germany backed off from unrestricted submarine warfare, afraid of pushing neutral countries like America into the war. But the pause didn't last. By 1917, Germany was running out of options. The British blockade was strangling them, and the war on land was going nowhere. In desperation, they made a risky decision. They resumed unrestricted submarine warfare. That meant sinking any ship, military or civilian, allied or neutral, without warning, if it was headed to or from Britain. They knew it might provoke the United States, but they believed they could sink enough ships, fast enough, to break Britain, before America could enter the war and make a difference. So the U-boats launched their most intense campaign yet. They roamed the Atlantic, the English Channel and the Mediterranean, hunting merchant convoys and patrol vessels. In early 1917 alone, hundreds of ships were sunk. The losses were staggering. Supplies began running dangerously low in Britain. There were fears of famine, of collapse. It seemed for a moment like the German strategy might actually work, but the Allies adapted. One of the most important changes was the introduction of convoys, groups of merchant ships escorted by military vessels. By traveling together, protected by destroyers and armed ships, the odds of surviving a U-boat attack improved dramatically. Submarines, after all, were fragile. If they were spotted, they could be forced to dive or even destroyed. The convoy system didn't stop all attacks, but it cut losses significantly. Combined with better technology, like sonar, depth charges, and aircraft patrols, the Allies slowly began to turn the tide. Still, the cost was enormous. Thousands of sailors, both military and civilian, lost their lives at sea. Crews sailed, knowing they might never reach land again. Merchant mariners became frontline soldiers in their own right, braving torpedoes and icy waters to keep their countries alive. The war at sea was not about glory, it was about endurance. Every ship that arrived safely meant another week of food, another load of ammunition, another breath of hope, and the impact went beyond Europe. This was a global war, and the oceans connected all of it. Ships from India, Canada, Australia, and Africa carried men and materials. Colonial troops arrived by sea. Oil from the Middle East, rubber from Southeast Asia, grain from the Americas, all of it flowed through these ocean routes. When ships were sunk, the damage wasn't just to the cargo. It disrupted entire economies. Insurance prices soared, trade routes shifted, ports slowed down. The war's ripple effects reached everywhere, and the sea was the main highway. The German gamble, unleashing unrestricted submarine warfare, ultimately backfired. In April 1917, just a few months after the policy was resumed, the United States declared war on Germany. The U-boat attacks, combined with other diplomatic missteps like the Zimmermann telegram, pushed America into the conflict. And with America came fresh troops, massive industrial power, and the potential to break the stalemate that had defined the war for years. In the end, the war at sea didn't end with one massive naval battle. There was no Trafalgar or Midway. Instead, it was a grinding, invisible struggle that wore both sides down. The British blockade had succeeded in choking Germany's economy. German civilians suffered through what became known as the turnip winter, when real food was so scarce that turnips replaced bread and meat in many households. Malnutrition, inflation, and unrest grew. On the Allied side, the convoy system and American support helped ensure that Britain and France didn't collapse first. The seas had decided nothing outright, but they had quietly shaped the fate of millions. When people think of World War I, they often picture the trenches of the Western Front, the mud of Flanders, the charge at Gallipoli, or the vastness of the Eastern battles. But the war was also fought in silence and salt water, in the steel hulls of ships and the cold depths where submarines waited. It was a war where shipping lanes mattered as much as front lines, a war where a single torpedo could have political consequences, a war where hunger, isolation, and supply were weapons as real as guns and gas. And as the war dragged on toward its final years, the battle for the seas continued, not always visible, not always remembered, but vital to the outcome. The oceans had become a theater of war, one where the fate of nations depended on whether ships could keep moving through water, darkened by danger. Chapter 14. The Air War. The Rise of the Fighter Pilot. At first, the airplane seemed like just another tool in the war, a fascinating invention, yes, but not something that could shape the course of a conflict. When World War I began, planes were used primarily for one simple task: watching. Pilots would fly above the battlefield and report back what they saw: enemy troop positions, movements, supply lines. It was a bird's-eye view that generals had never had before. Suddenly, armies could see beyond the horizon. But no one in those early days imagined what the skies would soon become. A new battlefield, brutal and intimate, where men dueled in thin air, alone in the clouds, armed with only a machine gun, a shaky engine, and nerves of steel. At first, reconnaissance flights were mostly unopposed, Pilots from both sides flew relatively safely, waving to one another when they passed. But this strange civility didn't last. The information those planes brought back was too valuable. The enemy had to be stopped from gathering it. And just like that, the age of the fighter pilot began. Not as a grand strategy, but as a desperate improvisation. Pilots started bringing pistols or rifles up with them to shoot at enemy planes. It was crude and largely ineffective. Try aiming a pistol at another plane while flying at high speed in the open air. It was almost impossible. Then came the next step, mounting machine guns on planes. But even that wasn't as easy as it sounds. Early planes were usually biplanes, two. Wings stacked one above the other, and their propellers spun directly in front of the pilot. Firing a machine gun straight ahead meant shooting right through the propeller. Not exactly a good idea. For a while, engineers tried to get around the problem by mounting guns on the upper wing or having a second person, the observer, man A, gun in the back of the plane. But that still left the pilot with limited firing control. The breakthrough came with a deadly innovation called the synchronization gear. It allowed a machine gun to fire through the spinning propeller without hitting the blades by carefully timing the shots to the rotation. Here it sounds like madness, but it worked, and it changed everything. Now for the first time, a single pilot could fly and fire in the same direction. Planes became hunters. And in the skies over Europe, a new kind of warrior was born. Dogfighting, fast, deadly aerial combat became a daily part of life over the trenches. The planes were small, light, and incredibly fragile, made mostly of wood and canvas. A single bullet in the right place could tear a wing or ignite the fuel tank. There were no parachutes. If your plane caught fire or broke apart in the sky, that was the end. Still, young men lined up to be fighter pilots. It was dangerous, sure, but it was also a chance to escape the mud, the rats, and the misery of the trenches. In the cockpit, you weren't one of many. You were a lone warrior, a knight of the sky. Many of these pilots were barely out of school. They were daring, ambitious, and eager to prove themselves. The public admired them. Newspapers wrote about them as heroes, giving them nicknames and turning them into legends. None more so than the German pilot Manfred von Richthofen, better, known as the Red Baron. Flying his bright red Fokker triplane, he claimed 80 confirmed kills, 80 enemy planes shot down. He was calm, precise, and ruthlessly effective. The Allies feared him. His name became a symbol of air superiority, but he wasn't alone. The British had their own aces, like Albert Ball and Edward Manock. The French had René Fonck and Georges Guinemet. These men weren't just fighting battles, they were defining a new kind of warfare. In the air, everything was different. Unlike on the ground, there were no trenches, no cover, no hiding. You saw your enemy, and they saw you. You circled, climbed, dived, looped, and spun, each trying to get behind the other to fire the winning shot. These dogfights were fast and disorienting, like dances of death in the clouds. Pilots had to master their machines completely. A small mistake, a slip, a stall, a misjudged turn, meant death. It wasn't just about being brave. You had to be skilled, disciplined, and endlessly aware. Many pilots didn't survive long, enough to learn. Life expectancy at the front for new pilots could be measured in weeks, but those who did survive, those who became aces, gained immense prestige. In a war defined by muddy stalemates and mass death, fighter pilots offered a rare image of individual valor. They wore scarves, painted their planes with symbols or personal colors, and became almost like celebrities. Some airmen kept diaries or wrote letters home describing their missions in detail, capturing the strange, lonely terror of flying in combat. They weren't machines. They were young men facing death in a way that was deeply personal. The planes themselves evolved quickly. At the start of the war, most planes could barely reach 80 miles per hour. By the end, they were faster, sturdier, and better armed. Engineers on both sides pushed aviation forward in a race to outbuild the enemy. New types of engines, stronger airframes, better guns, and improved maneuverability gave pilots more control and speed. Designs like the British Sopwith Camel or the German Albatross became legendary for their balance of power and agility. Each new model brought with it new tactics, new possibilities and new risks. But the air war wasn't just about one-on-one dogfights. As time went on, it became more organized. Squadrons were formed, missions were coordinated, and planes were assigned to specific tasks. Some were scouts, some were fighters, and some, perhaps most dangerously, were bombers. These bombers flew over enemy lines, often at night, dropping explosives on supply depots, train stations, and even cities. They were big, slow, and vulnerable, but their psychological impact was huge. For the first time, the home front wasn't safe. The war had come to the skies above people's houses. To protect the bombers, fighter planes had to escort them. This led to larger air battles, where dozens of planes might clash at once in a chaotic swarm of engine noise, gunfire, and spinning wings. The coordination needed was enormous. Pilots had to work as teams, communicating with signals and tight formations. The lone wolf image of the pilot still existed, but increasingly, success in the air depended on cooperation and discipline. Air superiority became a goal in itself. If your side controlled the sky, your ground troops could move more freely. Your bombers could strike. Your eyes in the air could see without fear, and as air power grew, so did the technology on the ground. Anti-aircraft guns, called Archie by British pilots, were set up along the front. These weapons fired exploding shells into the sky, trying to hit or scare away enemy planes. They weren't always accurate, but they made flying more dangerous. Soon, searchlights, barrage balloons, and even early radar-like systems were being developed. The air war was becoming its own battlefield, complete with its own defenses, strategies, and rules. Still, for all the tactics and planning, much of air combat came down to split-second decisions. You might spot an enemy plane 1,000 feet below and dive, hoping to catch them off guard. Or you might find yourself suddenly tailed with bullets ripping through the air just inches from your wings. Every flight was a gamble. Every mission could be your last, and the sky offered no mercy. There was no surrender up there, no chance to crawl away or hide. It was just you, your machine, and the endless blue. As the war dragged on, thousands of young men died in the skies above Europe. But they left behind more than stories of bravery. They shaped the future of warfare. World War I was the first major conflict to use planes in combat, but it would not be the last. The lessons learned during those years, the need for air dominance, the power of coordinated aerial attacks, the importance of speed and surprise, would define wars to come. The fighter pilot, once a reckless daredevil with a pistol in his hand, had become something else entirely. He was now part of a complex growing air force. He was trained, tested and supported by engineers, strategists and ground crews. He flew machines that pushed the limits of what was possible, and yet in many ways he was still alone, still climbing into the sky with no guarantee he would return. By the end of the war, air combat had changed forever. What had begun as simple reconnaissance had become a deadly duel in the clouds. Pilots had carved out a new space in warfare, fast, mobile and terrifying. And though the trenches below still held most of the war's horrors, the skies had claimed their share of blood and fire. The rise of the fighter pilot was more than a technological shift. It was a human one. It was about courage, skill and survival, in a space where failure meant falling from the sky. It was about young men learning to master machines barely older than themselves, and using them to fight battles that had no map, no trench lines, and no mercy. And it was about how war, once fought only on land and sea, had taken to the air, forever changing the way we think about conflict and the way we fight. Chapter 15. Life on the Home Front. Civilians at War. While fighter pilots battled in the skies and soldiers fought and died in the trenches, another kind of war was unfolding back home. It was quieter, less visible, but no less important. It was a war fought in kitchens, factories, and neighborhoods. It was a war of patience, of sacrifice, of constant waiting and worrying. For millions of civilians, daily life became a battlefield of its own. The home front was no longer a safe distance from the war. It had become part of it. As the war dragged on, governments realized that victory couldn't be achieved by armies alone. It required the full support of the population. Everyone had to contribute. Everyone had to endure. Suddenly, everyday life was shaped by the needs of the war. Food, fuel, clothes, and even soap became precious. Rationing was introduced to make sure that everyone got just enough, and no more. You couldn't just go to the store and buy what you wanted. You had to manage carefully. Meat, sugar, butter, and bread were limited. People were given ration. Books with stamps or coupons to control how much they could purchase. It wasn't easy. Families had to stretch every meal. Housewives became experts at doing more with less, replacing meat with lentils, making cakes without eggs, creating meals out of scraps. Cookbooks were published to help people make the most of their rations, offering recipes for war cakes and stews made from leftovers. People grew vegetables in their backyards or in public parks. These were called victory gardens. Chickens were kept in small pens behind homes. Nothing was wasted. Bones were boiled for soup. Leftover fat from cooking was saved and reused. Even old clothes were patched and repurposed. You didn't throw anything away. But rationing wasn't just about going without. It was about fairness. The idea was to make sure everyone, rich or poor, had access to the basics, and for many, that created a strange sense of unity. Everyone stood in the same lines. Everyone dealt with the same shortages. Everyone made the same sacrifices. It brought people together, even as the war pulled so many apart. Of course, there was more to life on the home front than food. With so many men off at the front, someone had to take their place. Women stepped forward in huge numbers, joining the workforce like never before. They worked in factories, building weapons, assembling planes, packing shells. They drove ambulances, repaired machinery, ran farms. It was hard, dirty, and often dangerous work. Many women had never held a job before. Now they were doing jobs that had once been considered men's work. And they were doing them well. The war changed the way people saw women, not just as caretakers and homemakers, but as capable workers, leaders, and decision-makers. It didn't happen overnight, and there was still resistance in many places. But the shift was real. It planted the seeds for future changes in women's rights and roles in society. For many women, the war was the first time they earned their own wages, the first time they had real independence. When the war ended, some were expected to return to their old roles, but the world had changed, and many women weren't willing to go back. Children, too, were caught in the war in ways they didn't always understand. Some lost fathers, brothers, or uncles. Some were evacuated from cities threatened by air raids. Others were put to work in small ways, helping with gardens, collecting scrap metal, running errands. Schools changed their lessons to include national pride, history, and service to the country. And everywhere, children were surrounded by reminders of war, recruitment posters, soldiers on leave, blackouts, and stories of battles far away. They grew up fast. They had to. To keep the home front going, governments needed more than just cooperation. They needed belief. They needed people to stay hopeful, loyal, and determined. That's where propaganda came in. Posters, films, speeches, and songs were used to shape how people thought and felt about the war. Messages were everywhere, on the walls of schools, in movie theaters, on street corners. Some urged people to save food, buy war bonds, or keep quiet about military secrets. Others praised the bravery of soldiers, warned against enemy spies, or encouraged women to take on new roles. The images were powerful. Posters showed heroic soldiers charging into battle, smiling nurses caring for the wounded, or proud families waving goodbye. The enemy was often shown as monstrous, cruel, or sneaky. It was all designed to stir emotion, fear, pride, anger, and hope. It wasn't always subtle, but it worked. It reminded people that their everyday sacrifices had meaning, that they were part of something bigger, that the war wasn't just happening far away, it was happening right here, in their own lives. But not all civilians supported the war. There were protests too. Some people opposed the violence, the conscription, or the direction their government was taking. Pacifists, those who believed in peace above all else, were often mocked or arrested. In some countries, strikes broke out when workers demanded better pay or safer conditions. These moments revealed the tension under the surface. Not everyone saw the war the same way. Not everyone felt heard. And sometimes, fear of dissent led governments to crack down on freedoms, limiting speech, controlling the press, or jailing those who spoke out. There was also the constant weight of loss. Letters from the front, brought news of husbands, sons, and fathers who would not be coming home. Black armbands and veils became common. Families grieved in private, even as the public was told to stay strong. The pain wasn't always visible, but it was there, around kitchen tables, in quiet bedrooms, in the empty chair by the fire. Every knock on the door could be the telegram no one wanted to receive. Every letter might be the last. Even with all the hardship, the home front kept going. People adapted. They found ways to cope. Community halls hosted dances and concerts to lift spirits. Children put on plays and sang songs about victory. Local newspapers printed stories of small triumphs. Babies born, gardens harvested, milestones met. In the middle of fear and fatigue, life carried on. People married, worked, laughed, and cried. They made the best of it, because they had to. Technology also played a role. Radio became a vital tool, bringing news, music, and speeches into homes. It was a way to feel connected, to hear the voice of the Prime Minister, to learn about the latest battle, or to listen to a favorite song. Radios didn't just inform, they comforted. They made the distant war feel closer, but also less lonely. People would gather around the radio in the evenings, sometimes holding hands, listening together in silence. War bonds became another way civilians supported the fight. These were loans people made to the government, with the promise of being paid back later. Buying a bond meant investing in the war effort. Schools, churches, and workplaces encouraged everyone to buy them. Even children saved pennies to help. It wasn't just about money. It was about belief. Belief that the sacrifice would be worth it, that victory would come, that peace was possible. And then there were the moments of fear that reminded civilians they weren't so far from the front after all. In cities and towns near the fighting, or under threat of bombing, people practiced blackouts, turning off all lights at night so enemy planes couldn't find them. Windows were covered, streetlights dimmed, and cars drove with their headlights shaded. Air raid drills were held. Sirens screamed in the night, and families rushed to basements or shelters. The fear was real. Even far from the trenches, people held their breath every time the sky rumbled. All of this changed people. The war shaped not just what they did, but how they saw the world. It made them think differently about sacrifice, duty, and survival. It brought people together in new ways, but also revealed deep inequalities. While some families struggled to feed themselves, others profited from war contracts. While some women gained new freedoms, others faced criticism or limits. The war opened doors, but it also left scars. When it finally ended, the world didn't snap back to what it had been before. Too much had changed. Too many had died. Too many had given too much. The home front had carried the weight of the war in ways that couldn't be undone. Rationing didn't disappear overnight. Economic hardship lingered. Families were left to pick up the pieces of lives broken by loss. But there was pride, too. Ordinary people had faced extraordinary challenges, and they had endured. Life on the home front wasn't just about waiting. It was about doing. It was about filling the gaps left by war, about making do, about standing firm even when the ground shook beneath you. It was about millions of unnamed, unseen acts of courage. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't easy. But without it, the war couldn't have been fought, let alone won. And as the soldiers slowly returned, some wounded in body, some in spirit, the people who had stayed behind greeted them not as bystanders, but as fellow warriors. Different battles. Yes, but part of the same war. A war that had reached into every kitchen, every workshop, every school, and every heart. The home front may not have fired bullets or flown planes, but it carried the war on its shoulders. And when the guns finally fell silent, it was the quiet strength of ordinary people that helped hold the world together. Chapter 16. The United States enters the war. The war had been raging for years. Cities were bombed, soldiers were buried, families were grieving. Europe was exhausted, but far across the Atlantic, another nation had been watching, listening, waiting. The United States, powerful but distant, had stayed out of the fighting. At first, America believed this was Europe's war, not theirs. A conflict fought far away between old empires, tangled alliances, and ancient rivalries. But by 1917, that distance didn't seem so far anymore. And soon, the war would no longer be just Europe's problem. It would become America's too. In the early years of the war, the United States tried to stay neutral. President Woodrow Wilson believed in peace. He hoped that America could be the voice of reason while Europe burned. American ships still crossed the Atlantic, bringing goods to countries on both sides. American factories still made products that found their way into war zones. But America didn't send soldiers. It didn't take sides, at least not officially. But neutrality, as it turned out, was harder than it looked. The world was changing fast. Under the ocean's surface, German submarines, called U-boats, began attacking ships without warning. Their goal was to cut off supplies to Britain and other allied nations. They didn't always check who was on board. Passenger ships, merchant vessels, if it sailed near enemy waters, it was at risk. In 1915, a British ship called the Lusitania was torpedoed. Nearly 200 people died, including 128 Americans. The news shocked the US public opinion started to shift. Maybe this wasn't just Europe's war anymore. Maybe America wasn't as far away as it had hoped. Germany promised to stop targeting civilian ships, but the damage was done. Tensions rose. Then, in early 1917, Germany made a bold and dangerous decision. It resumed unrestricted submarine warfare, attacking any ship that entered Allied waters. It was a gamble meant to strangle Britain before the US could react, but it was also a spark. At the same time, another shocking event pushed the US closer to war. A secret message, known as the Zimmermann telegram, was intercepted by British intelligence. It was sent from Germany to Mexico. In it, Germany promised to help Mexico regain lost land, Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico, if it joined the war against the US. When the message was made public, Americans were furious. It felt like a direct threat, a betrayal, a sign that staying out of the war might not be possible for much longer. By April 1917, President Wilson went before Congress. He said that the world must be made safe for democracy, that America could no longer remain silent while chaos spread. On April 6, 1917, the United States declared war on Germany. The country that once stood on the sidelines was now stepping into the fire. At first, the American military wasn't ready. The army was small, with old equipment and limited training. But that changed quickly. Factories were converted into war, production machines. Men lined up to enlist. Posters went up calling citizens to duty. The draft was introduced, and young men across the country received notices telling them to report for service. They came from farms, cities, factories, and schools. They were teachers, clerks, sons, fathers, and brothers. They trained hard, and they prepared to cross the ocean. This new force became known as the American Expeditionary Forces, led by General John J. Pershing. They began arriving in Europe in large numbers by 1918. Fresh, full of energy, and ready to fight, the Americans gave the weary Allies hope. It wasn't just about the numbers, it was about morale. Europe had been bleeding for years. Trench warfare had drained the spirit of many soldiers. Supplies were low, casualties were high, people were tired. But then the Americans showed up, and everything began to feel different. At home, life changed. Almost overnight, the United States became a war economy. Factories produced guns, ammunition, tanks, and uniforms. Women took jobs once held by men. Children collected scrap metal. Citizens were urged to grow food, save fuel, and support the troops however they could. War bonds were sold everywhere. The media focused on unity and sacrifice. Propaganda posters encouraged people to enlist, save resources, or watch out for spies. Songs, films, and speeches kept the public motivated. Everyone was told they had a role in the war, even if they never held a rifle. And just like in Europe, the US government began controlling more of daily life. It set prices. It managed supplies. It used censorship to limit what could be printed or said. The idea was simple: win the war no matter what it took, even if it meant limiting freedoms at home. As American soldiers began fighting on the front lines, the tide of the war started to turn. They participated in key battles like Belleau Wood and the Meuse-Argonne offensive. Their impact was immediate. They brought strength where others had been stretched too thin. They fought bravely, and they brought with them a sense that the end might finally be near. But the war was still brutal. American soldiers experienced the same horrors their European allies had endured for years. They faced machine guns, poison gas, and the terrifying roar of artillery. The mud, the rats, the shell shock, it was all real. Thousands of Americans died far from home. But they kept going, and they helped push the Germans back. Germany, exhausted and increasingly isolated, began to crumble. Its allies were falling. Its people were starving. Protests were breaking out. And with the full weight of American power now behind the Allies, surrender became unavoidable. On November 11, 1918, the war ended. The guns went silent. The world exhaled. The American role had been decisive. The country had joined late, but its entry changed everything. It tilted the balance. It gave the Allies the edge they needed. It shortened the war. And it introduced the United States as a new global power. But victory came at a cost. Over 100,000 American lives were lost. Many more returned home wounded or forever changed. Families grieved. Communities felt the loss. And the nation had to decide what kind of role it wanted to play in the world going forward. President Wilson had big ideas. He believed that America's involvement in the war should lead to something better. He wanted to create a League of Nations, a group of countries that would work together to prevent future wars. He hoped that this global cooperation could replace conflict with dialogue, that peace could be protected by unity, not weapons, but not everyone agreed. Back in the US, many people were tired. They didn't want more entanglements with Europe. They wanted to come home, rebuild, and return to normal life. The Senate rejected the League of Nations. America, after changing the course of the war, chose not to take part in the peace effort Wilson had dreamed of. The war was over, but the questions it raised weren't so easily answered. Still, the impact was clear. The United States had stepped onto the world stage. Its economy had grown. Its influence had expanded. Its people had proven they could fight, sacrifice, and lead. And even though they withdrew from international politics for a time, the world had taken notice. A new chapter had begun, not just for America, but for the global balance of power. And yet, for all the pride and victory, the war had left behind scars. Deep ones. Both in Europe and in the US, people struggled to make sense of what they had endured, why so many had died, what had really been gained, and whether it could ever happen again. In the years that followed, the answers would be debated. Monuments would be built. Soldiers would try to adjust to life after the trenches. Families would carry memories that never faded. But for America, World War I marked a turning point. It was no longer just a rising nation. It was a global force. And its decision to enter the war had changed not only the outcome, but the future of the century that followed. The world was different now, and so was America. Chapter 17. Russian Revolution. Collapse of the Eastern Front. While the United States was entering the war with new energy and strength, on the other side of the world, Russia was falling apart. Its armies were collapsing. Its people were starving. Its government was breaking down. The war had pushed Russia beyond its limits, and soon everything inside the country would explode. The Eastern Front wouldn't be lost in battle. It would crumble from within. When World War I began, Russia was one of the largest empires in the world. It had millions of soldiers and a vast amount of land stretching across 2 continents. But beneath all that size and power, Russia was weak. Its economy was fragile. Its people were poor. Its government was outdated. And its ruler, Tsar Nicholas, too, seemed out of touch with the suffering of ordinary people. While the other great powers of Europe had started to modernize, Russia was still stuck in the past. When war broke out in 1914, Russia joined the Allies to fight against Germany and Austria-Hungary. At first, there was a surge of patriotism. People supported the war. They believed it was their duty to defend the motherland. But that spirit didn't last long. The Russian army was poorly trained and badly equipped. Soldiers were sent to the front without enough rifles, bullets, or even proper uniforms. Many were told to wait until someone else died, so they could take their weapon. Battles on the Eastern Front were brutal. Russia lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers in just the first few months. The army couldn't keep up with Germany's more modern forces. Supplies were hard to deliver across Russia's huge territory. Communication was slow. Commanders often had no idea what was happening on the battlefield, and as the bodies piled up, morale dropped. Soldiers started to question what they were, fighting for da. Back home, things were even worse. The war put incredible pressure on the Russian economy. Prices soared, food became scarce. In cities like Petrograd and Moscow, people waited in long lines for bread that often ran out before they got to the front. Factories struggled to keep up with war demands. Transportation was a mess. Coal was short. Workers went on strike. Farmers had no incentive to grow food they couldn't sell. The entire system was breaking. Meanwhile, Tsar Nicholas tried to hold everything together, but instead of solving problems, he made them worse. In 1915, he took personal command of the army, even though he had no military experience. That meant every defeat on the battlefield was now blamed directly on him. While he was away with the army, his wife Alexandra took over political duties in the capital, but she was deeply unpopular. Many believed she was too close to a mysterious monk named Rasputin, who seemed to have strange influence over her and the government. Rumors of corruption, scandals, and bad decisions spread quickly. People started losing all faith in the royal family. By 1917, the situation was unbearable. Workers and soldiers in Petrograd took to the streets. They demanded food, peace, and better treatment. At first, the protests were small, but they grew quickly. Strikes turned into marches. Marches turned into riots. And soon the city was out of control. The army was ordered to crush the rebellion, but many soldiers refused. Some joined the protesters. Others simply walked away. The Tsar's power melted overnight. In March 1917, Tsar Nicholas was forced to abdicate, give up the throne. After more than 300 years of Romanov rule, the Russian Empire was finished. A new government was formed, called the Provisional Government. It was made up of politicians and reformers who promised change. They said there would be elections. They said they would create a democracy. And most importantly, they promised to continue the war effort. But that was a problem. The people didn't want to continue the war. They were tired of the fighting, the hunger, the death. The provisional government didn't end the chaos. It just added confusion. While it tried to hold power, a group called the Soviets, councils made up of workers and soldiers, began to grow stronger. They represented the voice of the streets. And one of the loudest voices in the Soviets belonged to a man named Vladimir. Lenin had been in exile for years, hiding from the Tsar's secret police. But now, with the monarchy gone, he returned to Russia with a bold message. He said the war was a disaster. He called the provisional government weak and corrupt. He promised peace, land, and bread, and he believed the workers and peasants, not the politicians, should control the country. Lenin was the leader of the Bolsheviks, a radical political group that believed in revolution. At first, they were small, but as the provisional government stumbled, the Bolsheviks gained support. People were desperate. They wanted anyone who could end the suffering, and Lenin promised to do just that. In November 1917, the Bolsheviks made their move. They launched a nearly bloodless coup in Petrograd. They stormed government buildings. They arrested leaders, and they declared a new government, one run by the people for the people. In reality, it would be controlled by the Bolsheviks, and soon, Lenin would become the most powerful man in Russia. One of Lenin's first acts was to pull Russia out of the war. He believed the country couldn't survive if the fighting continued. He sent negotiators to Germany to hammer out a peace deal. It wasn't easy. Germany demanded huge concessions. The Russians had no choice but to agree. In March 1918, they signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. Russia gave up massive amounts of land: Ukraine, Belarus, the Baltics, and parts of Poland. It was a high price. But the war was finally over for Russia. The collapse of the Eastern Front changed everything. Germany could now move its troops from the east to the Western Front. It gave them a temporary advantage. For a moment, it looked like they might turn the tide against France and Britain before the Americans arrived in full force. But it didn't last. The new strength on the Western Front wasn't enough to win the war, and Germany was facing its own internal problems, just like Russia had. Meanwhile, Russia descended into chaos. The Bolshevik Revolution didn't bring peace, It brought civil war. Forces loyal to the old regime known as the Whites fought the Bolsheviks known as the Reds. Foreign powers, including Britain, France, and the US, sent troops to support the Whites, hoping to stop the spread of communism. The fighting tore the country apart. Villages were destroyed. Millions died. Hunger and disease spread like wildfire. But eventually, the Bolsheviks won. By the early 1920s, Lenin and his followers controlled most of the former Russian Empire. They renamed it the Soviet Union. A new kind of state had been born, a communist one. It was based on ideas of equality and workers' power, but in practice, it became a one-party system where dissent was crushed and freedom was limited. The Russian Revolution didn't just change Russia, it changed the world. It inspired revolutionaries everywhere. It terrified governments across Europe, and it marked the beginning of a long and uneasy relationship between the capitalist West and the communist East. That tension would shape much of the 20th century, but during World War I, the revolution's most immediate effect was the collapse of the Eastern Front. With Russia out, the map of Europe began to shift. The Allies lost a key partner, but also no longer had to support a failing empire. The Central Powers gained ground, but only for a while. The vacuum left by Russia was quickly filled by the United States and its growing influence. In the end, the fall of Russia didn't save Germany. It didn't change the outcome of the war, but it showed the power of internal collapse. A war that started between nations had now broken nations apart from the inside. Armies didn't just fight in trenches anymore, they fought against the very governments that sent them there. From the snowy fields of Russia to the muddy trenches of France, the world was changing faster than anyone had imagined. Empires were falling, new ideologies were rising, and the old order of kings and empires was coming to an end. The war wasn't just about borders, it was about what kind of world would come after, and that world was still taking shape. Chapter 18. The Battle of Verdun. The longest battle. As the war dragged on, battles became more than just military operations. They became symbols of pride, of suffering, and of a nation's will to survive. And no battle captured that more than Verdun. Verdun wasn't just a place on a map. It became a name that echoed through history, representing both the resilience of a nation and the terrifying cost of modern war. It was long, it was brutal, and for many soldiers, it felt endless. The year was 1916. By now, the war had settled into a deadly stalemate. The Western Front stretched from the North Sea to the Swiss border, locked in a grid of trenches, barbed wire and mud. Neither side could gain ground without paying for it in blood, and both the Allies and the Central Powers were looking for a breakthrough. Germany had a plan. Their Chief of General Staff, Erich von Falkenhayn, believed that instead of breaking through, they could wear France down, not just physically but emotionally. He thought that if they could strike a blow so deep, so painful, and so symbolic, France would bleed itself dry trying to defend it. And so he chose Verdun. Verdun was a fortress town in northeastern France, sitting on the Meuse River. It was surrounded by a ring of forts, some of which dated back to the 19th century. Strategically, it didn't offer a huge advantage, but symbolically, it meant everything. It had been the site of past French resistance. It was a point of national pride. Falkenhayn believed the French would never allow it to fall, and he planned to use that devotion against them. In February 1916, the German army launched a massive assault on Verdun. It began with an artillery bombardment that shook the earth. Over 1 million shells were fired in just the opening phase. Entire sections of forest were flattened. Villages disappeared under smoke and fire. The noise was constant. Soldiers described it as a living nightmare, with the sky raining metal for days on end. After the bombardment came the infantry assault. German troops pushed forward, capturing outlying villages and forts. The French scrambled to respond. At first they were overwhelmed. Verdun wasn't heavily defended at the time. France had shifted troops elsewhere, thinking it was a quiet sector. But now it was under full attack, and they had to react fast. General Philippe Pétain was put in charge of the defense. He was calm, methodical, and deeply aware of the importance of holding Verdun, not just for military reasons, but for what it represented. Pétain famously declared, "They shall not pass." That became the rallying cry for the entire French nation. What followed was not a quick battle. It became a grinding war of attrition. For 10 months, from February to December, the two sides fought over hills, forts, and stretches of ruined ground. The front barely moved. Gains were measured in meters. Thousands of men died for places with names like Fort Douaumont, Mort-Homme, Dead Man Hill, and Côte 304. These were not grand cities or rich lands. They were bits of dirt, soaked in blood, fought over again and again. Conditions were horrific. Shells turned the landscape into a wasteland of mud and craters. Trees were shattered stumps. Trenches flooded. The air was thick with smoke, gas, and the smell of death. Soldiers lived in fear, exhaustion, and hunger. They described Verdun as hell. Some were rotated out after a few weeks, others stayed longer. But no one left untouched. One of the key features of the French defense was what became known as the Sacred Way. It was a single road leading into Verdun from the south, and it became the lifeline of the battle. Day and night, trucks rolled, along it bringing supplies, ammunition, and fresh troops. Without that road, Verdun would have fallen. Over 4,000 vehicles a day used it at the peak of the battle. Men marched in while others, wounded or dead, were carried out. It was constant motion, constant effort, and constant sacrifice. Pétain managed the rotation system carefully. He made sure no unit stayed too long at the front. This gave soldiers some hope. They knew they wouldn't be left to die forgotten in the trenches. It also kept morale just high enough to hold the line. Reinforcements kept coming. So did artillery. So did the will to resist. Verdun didn't fall. Germany made some early gains. They captured Fort Douaumont, one of the largest and most important defenses, early in the battle. But holding it proved difficult. French counterattacks were fierce. The Germans advanced slowly, painfully, losing men with every step. As the months dragged on, their original plan, to bleed France dry, began to backfire. They were losing. Just as many men as the French, maybe more. By summer, the British launched the Battle of the Somme to relieve pressure on Verdun. That forced the Germans to shift resources westward. The French, now reinforced and rearmed, began pushing back. Under General Nivelle, they retook many lost positions. By December 1916, the battle was effectively over. The lines had barely moved, but the cost had been staggering. Verdun had become the longest single battle of the First World War. It lasted 302 days. Nearly 700,000 men were killed, wounded, or went missing. The French lost around 360,000 soldiers. The Germans lost over 330,000, and all of it for a few kilometers of ground. But despite the horror, Verdun became a symbol of French strength. They had not let it fall. They had stood firm, even when it seemed impossible. "They shall not pass" had become reality. The psychological impact was just as powerful. Verdun became a scar on the French memory, but also a source of pride. It proved that the nation would not give in, but it also showed how modern war had changed. Battles weren't quick. Victories weren't clean. Progress was measured in bodies, not in borders. After Verdun, Pétain became a national hero. His calm leadership, attention to logistics, and care for the common soldier earned him widespread respect. But the victory came at a high cost. Many survivors of Verdun suffered mentally for the rest of their lives. They had seen the worst of what humans could endure and what they could do to each other. The land around Verdun remained devastated for years. To this day, parts of it are still unsafe. Unexploded shells remain buried in the soil. Villages that were destroyed were never rebuilt. The Zone Rouge, or Red Zone, was declared uninhabitable. Nature eventually reclaimed much of the battlefield, but the memory never faded. Verdun taught both sides a grim lesson. The old ideas of glory and fast victories were dead. War had become industrial. Men were ground down by machines, not just by bullets, but by exhaustion, fear, and endless repetition. It wasn't about courage alone anymore. It was about supply lines, artillery, and endurance. The battle also shifted how armies thought about defense. Forts, once thought to be obsolete, played a crucial role, and the ability to resupply and rotate troops became central to military planning. It wasn't just the strength of a position, it was the system behind it that kept it alive. But above all, Verdun became a symbol. For France, it was proof of national spirit. For Germany, it was a missed opportunity that drained resources and morale. For the world, it stood as a warning of what modern war could become, unrelenting, inhuman, and devastating. And yet, even as Verdun ended, the war went on. The Somme continued, other fronts burned, new weapons were being developed, new nations were entering the war. Verdun had not brought peace, it had not broken France, it had not given Germany the edge it wanted. Instead, it showed that the war had entered a new phase, one of endurance, total effort, and massive cost. In the coming years, other battles would be fought, other cities bombarded, and other soldiers sent into the mud, but none would carry quite the same weight. Verdun stood alone, a monument not to conquest but to suffering. It was a place where victory looked like survival, where holding the line meant sacrificing everything, where the question wasn't who won, but who endured, and France had endured. Chapter 19. The Battle of the Somme. Blood and Sacrifice. After the long, grueling Battle of Verdun, where France stood its ground and refused to fall, attention shifted to the British. The French had been bleeding for months, and they needed relief. The idea was simple: launch another major offensive elsewhere on the Western Front to pull German forces away from Verdun. That offensive became the Battle of the Somme. No one knew at the time that it would become one of the bloodiest and most tragic battles in history. The Somme was meant to be a joint British and French operation, planned for the summer of 1916. But as the Germans pressed harder at Verdun, the French had to scale back their part. That left the British to take the lead. It was a new and unfamiliar role for them. Until then, the British Army had played a smaller part on the Western Front, but now they were preparing to carry the weight of a full-scale offensive. The Somme. River flows through northern France, and the area around it was mostly quiet farmland before the war. That changed as British forces gathered and prepared to strike. Months of planning went into it. Commanders believed that with enough artillery, they could smash through the German lines and finally break the stalemate. They planned one of the largest bombardments the world had ever seen. Over 1.5 million shells were fired in the week before the attack. The goal was to destroy German trenches, cut the barbed wire, and clear the way for the infantry. British soldiers were told that the bombardment would leave nothing alive in the German defences. They were told that when the order came to go over the top and charge across no man's land, resistance would be light. Many believed it. They trusted their commanders, they trusted the plan, and for many, it was their first time seeing real combat. Young men, some barely out of school, had trained for months. Now they were ready to take part in what they were told would be a breakthrough victory. But reality was far different. On July 1st, 1916, as dawn broke, thousands of British soldiers climbed out of their trenches and walked toward the German lines. The plan was to advance slowly and in formation, but the bombardment hadn't done what it was supposed to do. Many of the German bunkers were deep underground and had survived the shelling. The barbed wire hadn't been fully cut. And the Germans, instead of being dead or fleeing, were waiting with machine guns. What happened next was a massacre. Within hours, thousands of British troops lay dead or wounded. Some units were almost completely wiped out. The first day of the Somme became the bloodiest day in British military history. Over 57,000 casualties, including nearly 20,000 dead. Entire communities back home would later find out that almost all of their young men were gone. In some towns, nearly every household lost someone. And yet, the battle didn't stop. It continued for months, day after day, week after week. Men fought over fields, hills, and small villages that became names etched in memory. Thiepval, Mametz Wood, Delville Wood, High Wood, and others. Each attack gained a little ground, often just a few hundred yards. But the cost was always high. Mud, shell craters, and barbed wire made every advance a nightmare. And the German defences were stubborn, organised, and deadly. New weapons were tested. The British used tanks for the first time in history during the Somme. They were slow, unreliable, and broke down often, but they showed that the future of warfare was changing. Still, they didn't turn the tide. The real damage came from artillery, machine guns and exhaustion. For the soldiers, life at the Somme was a living hell. The trenches filled with water and rats. The wounded lay in open ground, unable to move, sometimes for days. Medical services were overwhelmed, the dead piled up in no man's land, and the smell of decay was constant. Letters home tried to remain cheerful, but the truth was harder to write. Many soldiers felt they were trapped in a nightmare with no end. Commanders kept pushing. They believed that if they just kept the pressure on, the Germans would crack. And to some extent, the Germans were suffering too. Their losses were enormous and their lines were stretched thin. But they held on, fighting just as desperately as the Allies. By the time the battle finally ended in November 1916, the front lines had moved only a few miles. The Allies had advanced, but not by much. The cost had been staggering. More than 1 million men were killed, wounded, or went missing on both sides. The British alone suffered over 400,000 casualties. The French had over 200,000. The Germans had similar losses, all for a patch of ground that, in peacetime, would take only minutes to cross. So why did the battle go on so long? Why didn't someone call it off when it became clear how brutal and slow it was? The answer lies in how people understood war at the time. Commanders believed that pressure had to be maintained, no matter the cost. If they stopped, the enemy would recover. If they retreated, morale would collapse. They believed that the only way forward was through the blood, through the mud, through the sacrifice. The Somme wasn't just a military event. It shaped how people back home saw the war. News of the first day's losses shocked the British public. But even then, the full scale wasn't reported at once. Over time, families began receiving telegrams one by one, telling them their sons, brothers, or husbands were gone. The grief was national, but instead of turning people against the war, it often deepened their commitment. The soldiers had died. For something, people told themselves. The sacrifice had to mean something. So the war continued. At the same time, the Somme changed how war was seen and remembered. The image of brave men charging into battle, only to be cut down by machine gun fire, became burned into the memory of a generation. Writers, poets, and artists began to describe the war not in heroic terms, but in words filled with loss, horror, and quiet despair. The Somme became a symbol, not just of sacrifice, but of the futility of modern war. Still, lessons were learned. Military leaders began to realize that old tactics didn't work against modern defenses. They started developing new approaches, smaller, more flexible units, better coordination between artillery and infantry, and more emphasis on planning and timing. These lessons would slowly shape future battles, but they had come at a terrible price. The soldiers who fought at the Somme weren't just numbers. They were people with dreams, families, and futures. Many had volunteered in 1914, full of idealism. They believed they were fighting for justice, for freedom, for their country. The Somme changed that. It turned young men into veterans, and often into victims. Those who survived carried the memories with them for life. Some spoke of it, others couldn't. And yet, through all the horror, there was courage, there was loyalty, there was determination. In the face of unthinkable suffering, men helped each other, comforted each other, and stood by each other. There were moments of kindness even in the mud. Letters to home often talked about missing family, longing for peace, and finding strength in friendship. That too was part of the Somme. When the battle finally ended, winter was closing in. The ground froze. The guns fell silent temporarily. The war was far from over. New offensives were already being planned. But the Somme left a deep mark. It changed how Britain and France saw the war. It changed how soldiers saw themselves. It changed everything. In the years that followed, memorials were built. Cemeteries filled with rows of white crosses. The names of the missing were carved into stone because their bodies were never found. Families visited the fields where their sons had died. Some never stopped grieving. Some tried to forget. But no one truly could. The Somme became a lesson written in blood. It showed that modern war could no longer be about quick victories or glorious charges. It was about endurance, coordination, and the will to keep going. It was about how much suffering a nation could endure, and it forced both military and political leaders to rethink how they fought and what they were fighting for. Even today, the name Somme carries weight. It is spoken with respect, sorrow, and a sense of awe. Not because of what was gained, but because of what was lost. It reminds us of the cost of war, the value of life, and the importance of remembering those who gave everything, even when victory seemed far away. And as the war rolled on, with new fronts opening and new challenges ahead, the memory of the Somme stayed with every soldier who passed through the trenches. It reminded them of what they had already faced, and what still might come. Chapter 20. Technological Innovations, Poison Gas, Tanks, and More. After the bloody and drawn-out battles like the Somme and Verdun, it became clear that this war was unlike anything the world had seen before. Old strategies had been shattered by the brutal reality of machine guns, trenches, and mass casualties. So armies started turning to something else: technology. They looked for new weapons, new machines, and new ways to gain even the slightest advantage over the enemy. The First World War became a laboratory of destruction, where science and engineering were pushed to horrifying extremes. It was no longer just about courage or numbers, it was about innovation, terrible, deadly innovation. One of the first terrifying signs that the rules of war were changing came in 1915. On a battlefield in Belgium, near a place called Ypres, the Germans released clouds of poison gas into the wind. It drifted slowly toward the Allied trenches, and soldiers didn't know what they were seeing at first. Some thought it was just morning fog, but when it reached them, the coughing started, followed by choking, then panic. Men clutched their throats, gasped for air, and fell to the ground as their lungs filled with fluid. It was chlorine gas, and it was the beginning of chemical warfare on a massive scale. From that moment on, gas became a permanent threat in the war. Soldiers had to carry gas masks with them at all times. Some even had to sleep with them on, just in case an attack happened at night. The first masks were crude, just cloth soaked in urine or chemicals to try to filter the poison. Later, better. Masks were developed with filters and goggles, but even then gas was unpredictable. It depended on the wind. If the breeze shifted, the gas could blow back on the attackers themselves. Still, it was used again and again. Different types were developed: chlorine, phosgene, and the most feared of all, mustard gas. Mustard gas was especially cruel. It didn't just choke or kill. It burned. It caused blisters on the skin and inside the lungs. It blinded soldiers, temporarily, sometimes permanently. It could linger in the soil for days. Even those who survived a gas attack were often scarred for life physically and mentally. The psychological fear of gas was almost as powerful as the gas itself. Just the sound of a gas alarm, a bell, or a shouted warning could send soldiers into panic. But gas was just one part of the changing face of war. Another was the machine gun, which had already proven itself deadly in the early years of the conflict. A single machine gun team could hold off hundreds of attackers. That's part of why trench warfare had become so static. Charging into machine gun fire was suicide. So armies looked for ways to break through, and that's where new machines came in. The idea of armored vehicles wasn't completely new, but the First World War made it urgent. The British were the first to develop what would become the modern tank. These early tanks were big, noisy, and unreliable. They moved slowly, often got stuck in the mud and broke down frequently. But they had armor and they could cross trenches. They could move through barbed wire and give cover to advancing troops. In the Battle of the Somme, the British used tanks for the first time in history. They didn't change the outcome of the battle, but they made people realize that warfare was about to change forever. Tanks weren't the only machines rolling across the battlefield. Trucks and motor vehicles began replacing horses for moving supplies and troops. Railways became lifelines, moving artillery, food, and ammunition to the front. And speaking of artillery, it too had changed. Bigger, more powerful guns could now fire shells for miles. Some of the largest guns ever built were used in this war, launching shells that weighed over a ton. The damage was massive, but the fear they created was just as intense. You could be killed by a shell without ever seeing the enemy. Then there was the sky. At the beginning of the war, airplanes were simple and new. They were mostly used for scouting, flying over enemy lines and reporting back on troop positions. But soon they were being fitted with machine guns. Dogfights, battles between pilots in the air, became a new kind of warfare. These early fighter pilots became heroes, seen almost like knights of the sky. They were celebrated in newspapers and songs, but behind the glamour was real danger. Planes were fragile. A single bullet could bring them down, and parachutes weren't widely used yet. If your plane was hit, you either crashed or jumped, and most didn't survive the fall. As the war continued, planes started carrying bombs. At first, pilots simply dropped them by hand over the side. But bombing raids soon became more organized. Entire cities were targeted. London was bombed by German airships called Zeppelins, giant gas-filled balloons that floated across the sky and dropped explosives. They were slow and vulnerable, but they spread fear. People realized that the war could now reach them at home, not just on the battlefield. The sea wasn't left out either. Submarines became one of the most feared weapons of the war. The Germans used U-boats to sink enemy ships, including supply ships bringing food and materials to Britain. At first they followed rules, warning crews to abandon ship before sinking it. But as the war dragged on, they turned to unrestricted submarine warfare. That meant no warnings. Ships were torpedoed without notice. Civilians died, and the oceans became deadly. To fight back, the Allies developed depth charges, sonar-like devices, and convoy systems where merchant ships traveled with naval protection. But the submarine threat was real and growing. One of the most famous sinkings was the Lusitania, a British passenger ship sunk by a German U-boat in 1915. Nearly 200 people died, including Americans. The event caused outrage and helped push the United States closer to entering the war. Communication was another area where technology made a difference. Telephones and radios began to be used on the battlefield, allowing faster orders and coordination. Wireless signals could be intercepted, so codes and encryption became crucial. Both sides employed code breakers, people who spent their days trying to crack enemy messages. Some of the most important secrets of the war were uncovered this way. Meanwhile, advances in medicine tried to keep pace with the destruction. New techniques for surgery, blood transfusions and infection control saved countless lives. Mobile field hospitals were set up close to the front lines. Ambulance services improved. Doctors and nurses worked around the clock, dealing with wounds that were often horrific. Still, there were limits to what medicine could do. Many died from infection, and many more carried their injuries for life. All these changes, gas, tanks, planes, submarines, new guns, better communication, turned the First World War into a truly modern war. It was no longer just about men on foot with rifles. It was about machines, chemicals, and coordination. It was about using every resource, every scientist, every factory to gain even the smallest edge. Factories on the home front were transformed into war production centers. New weapons had to be built in huge numbers. Bullets, shells, tanks, and planes were made day and night. Women entered the workforce in large numbers, doing jobs that had once been reserved for men. Technology wasn't just something that happened on the battlefield. It touched every part of life during the war. And as these weapons became more advanced, the cost became more terrible. Entire landscapes were destroyed. Forests were flattened. Towns were reduced to rubble. The earth itself was scarred by trenches, craters, and chemicals. Nature took decades to recover. And for the soldiers, the war became less about strategy and more about survival. In the end, many of the technologies developed during the First World War would shape the world for decades to come. Tanks became standard in every army. Planes would go on to dominate future wars. Chemical weapons were later banned by international agreement, but their shadow remained. Submarines, once new and strange, became a permanent part of naval warfare. And perhaps most lasting of all, people had seen just how much destruction technology could bring. The war had started with cavalry charges and colorful uniforms. It ended with gas masks, steel helmets, and machine-made death. The transformation was complete. War had changed forever. And though the battles still raged and the end was not yet in sight, the lessons of innovation, both the breakthroughs and the Horrors were already shaping what would come next. Chapter 21. The 100 Days Offensive. The Allies push back. By 1918, the war had dragged on for over 4 exhausting years. Millions were dead. The trenches were filled with mud, blood, and a sense of hopelessness. But things were shifting. New technology had changed the battlefield. The arrival of American troops gave fresh energy to the Allies. And Germany, though still dangerous, was starting to feel the weight of exhaustion, internal unrest, and failing supply lines. The long, grinding stalemate that had defined much of the war was about to crack. What came next was a sudden, relentless push known as the 100 Days Offensive. It wasn't one single battle. It was a chain reaction, a series of rapid strikes that would finally break the deadlock and bring the war to an end. The first spark came in the summer of 1918. Earlier, that year, Germany had launched a huge attack called the Spring Offensive. It was meant to finish the war before the Americans could fully join. At first it worked. German troops broke through Allied lines and pushed forward fast, capturing ground that had been stuck in stalemate for years. But they advanced too quickly, outrunning their supply lines, and the cost in soldiers was huge. German forces were stretched thin, tired, and unable to hold what they had taken. Their gamble had failed. The Allies saw their chance. The counterattack began on August 8, 1918. The British and French forces, supported by fresh American troops and backed by tanks, artillery, and air power, struck near the French town of Amiens. It was a surprise. No long artillery bombardment warned the Germans. Instead, the attack came suddenly, with tanks rolling through the morning mist. Planes flew overhead. Infantry moved fast, not waiting for traditional orders. In just one day, the Allies advanced several miles, a huge gain by World War I standards. German lines cracked. Soldiers surrendered in massive numbers. General Ludendorff, one of Germany's top commanders, would later call it the Black Day of the German army. But this wasn't just a one-day push. The Allies kept going. Every time the Germans fell back, the Allies followed. They didn't stop to dig in. They didn't wait to build defenses. This was different from the old days of slow, static trench warfare. This was movement, speed, and pressure. The front lines began to shift, not just by meters, but by kilometers. The Allies were finally taking the fight forward. The Canadian Corps played a big part in this push. They were among the most experienced and effective troops on the Western Front. In battles like Arras and Cambrai, they advanced again and again, taking key positions and breaking German defenses. They were supported by tanks that had come a long way since their first awkward use at the Somme. These newer tanks were more reliable, better protected, and used more effectively alongside infantry. Airplanes also played a growing role. They didn't just scout anymore. They bombed supply lines, disrupted communication, and strafed retreating troops. The sky was no longer just a backdrop. It had become an active, deadly part of the battlefield. Each day, each week, the Allies pushed forward. Towns that had been under German control for years were liberated. Civilians emerged from hiding. Roads that had been shelled into dust were cleared and rebuilt. Bridges were thrown up quickly by engineers. Supply trucks rolled forward as fast as possible, carrying food, water, ammunition, and medical supplies. The momentum was real, and it was growing. Germany was now on the defensive, and they knew it. Their troops were weary. Many were young, undertrained, and unsure why they were still fighting. Morale was collapsing. Desertion rates rose. At home, things were even worse. The German people were starving. The economy was in ruins. Protests and strikes had begun. The once proud empire was beginning to crack from within. And still, the Allies kept coming. The French played a central role in this offensive, retaking ground they had lost years before. For them, every village liberated was personal. It was their land, their homes, their history. French commanders coordinated closely with British and American units. Everyone had the same goal: push the Germans back, break their will, and end the war. American forces, now arriving in greater numbers, added fresh energy. Unlike the other armies, they weren't yet worn down by years of trench fighting. They brought enthusiasm and strength. In battles like Saint-Mihiel and the Meuse-Argonne, they showed that they could fight hard and take ground. Their presence also gave the Allies a psychological edge. Germany knew time was no longer on their side. Every American soldier who landed in Europe tipped the balance further. The Meuse-Argonne offensive, which began in late September 1918, was one of the largest and bloodiest parts of the 100 Days. It involved over 1 million American soldiers and pushed through some of the toughest terrain in France. The Germans fought hard to hold the Argonne forest, a place full of thick trees, hills, and deep ravines. But day by day, the Americans advanced. It was slow and costly, tens of thousands of casualties, but it was steady. They were part of a larger machine now, a coordinated Allied push that was forcing Germany back on every front. Back in Germany, the political situation was spinning out of control. The people had had enough. There were food riots. Sailors refused to take their ships out to sea. Soldiers started turning against their officers. Workers went on strike. The Kaiser's government was losing control, and the calls for peace grew louder. The German High Command knew the war couldn't be won anymore. The only question left was how to end it. As October turned to November, the Allied armies continued to advance. German resistance was still strong in places, but it was no longer organized or confident. Trenches were abandoned. Equipment was left behind. Some units surrendered without a fight. The German army was collapsing from the inside. On November 7th, German representatives crossed the front lines under a white flag. They were there to talk about ending the war. The Allies made their terms clear: complete withdrawal, surrender of weapons, and no more fighting. Germany had little choice. 4 days later, on the morning of November 11, 1918, an armistice was signed. At 11 a.m., the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, the guns finally fell silent. The 100 Days offensive had succeeded. It had broken the German army, pushed them out of France, and forced them to seek peace. It didn't come easily. The final push had cost hundreds of thousands of lives on both sides. But after 4 long years, the war was over. What made the 100 Days different wasn't just the speed or the number of battles. It was the change in mindset. The Allies no longer waited for the enemy to attack. They took control. They moved fast, adapted quickly, and used every resource, men, machines, and information, to stay one step ahead. They fought smarter. They combined artillery, tanks, planes, and infantry in ways that would shape modern warfare forever. The lessons of those final months echoed far beyond the trenches. They showed that war wasn't just about holding ground or building defenses. It was about momentum, morale, and the ability to adapt. The world had entered the war in 1914 with cavalry charges and parades. It ended it with coordinated attacks, steel machines, and relentless pressure. But even as the soldiers celebrated the silence on November 11th, the world around them had changed forever. The old empires were crumbling. Borders would be redrawn. Millions of lives had been lost, and millions more had been reshaped by what they had seen and endured. The 100 Days offensive didn't just end a war. It marked the beginning of something new, a new world built on the ruins of the old. Chapter 22. Collapse of the Central Powers, Political Upheaval and the End of Empires. As the 100 Days offensive pushed the German army back and Allied forces regained control over large parts of France and Belgium, it became increasingly clear that the Central Powers were losing the war, not just on the battlefield, but within their own borders. The cracks were no longer just in the trenches. They were deep within governments, economies, and the will of the people. The collapse didn't happen all at once, but it gathered speed quickly. Like a structure that's been weakened for too long and suddenly gives way, Germany was the strongest of the Central Powers, but even it was beginning to buckle. Its allies, Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria, were already starting to fall apart, each for different reasons but all suffering from the same basic truth: they could no longer hold on. By late 1918, the end was not just near, it was inevitable. Bulgaria was the first to go. It had joined the Central Powers in 1915, mainly to settle territorial disputes with its Balkan neighbors. But after years of fighting, food shortages, and political unrest, the Bulgarian army was exhausted. In September 1918, Allied forces launched A major offensive in the Balkans, and the Bulgarian front collapsed quickly. Soldiers deserted, civilians protested, and the government lost control. On September 29th, Bulgaria signed an armistice, effectively exiting the war. It was a quiet signal that the Central Powers were unraveling. Next came the Ottoman Empire, which had been fighting on multiple fronts, against the British in the Middle East, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and against revolts from within. The empire had stretched itself too thin. In 1917 and 1918, British and Arab forces under leaders like T.E. Lawrence made significant advances, capturing key cities like Jerusalem and Damascus. The Ottoman army was demoralized, their supplies were running out, and the empire's population was suffering deeply. On October 30th, the Ottomans signed the Armistice of Mudros. Their war was over, and their empire, once vast and proud, was now little more than a collection of broken provinces and fading memories. Austria-Hungary was perhaps the most unstable of them all. It wasn't really one nation, but a patchwork of different ethnic groups and regions: Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Romanians, Poles, and more, all bound together under one emperor. As the war dragged on, that fragile unity began to fall apart. Each group wanted its own independence, its own government, its own future. The military was overextended and falling apart. By late 1918, the empire was full of strikes, protests, and open rebellion. On October 31st, Hungary declared independence. Czechoslovakia had already done the same. The empire was no longer an empire. It was dissolving in real time, its pieces breaking off one by one. On November 3rd, Austria-Hungary signed an armistice. The war was over for them too, but so was the empire. That left Germany. It had held on the longest, and for much of the war it had been the backbone of the Central Powers. But now even Germany was coming undone. The defeat on the battlefield was one thing. The situation at home was something else entirely. Years of blockade had starved the country of food and supplies. Civilians were desperate. Workers were angry. Soldiers returning from the front were disillusioned and bitter. In the fall of 1918, the pressure exploded. The German people had been told they were winning, right up until the final months. But the reality could no longer be hidden. The Allies were advancing. The Navy was ordered to launch a final suicidal attack, and the sailors refused. They mutinied. The revolt spread. Workers joined in. Soldiers refused to fire on protesters. Cities erupted in rebellion. Councils of workers and soldiers took control, similar to what had happened in Russia a year earlier. In early November, the German government began to collapse. The Kaiser, Wilhelm II, was urged to abdicate. He resisted at first, but the tide had turned. On November 9th, he fled to the Netherlands. The monarchy was gone. Germany was declared a republic. 2 days later, on November 11th, the new German government signed the armistice that ended the war. For Germany, the empire had fallen not just on the battlefield, but in its very foundations. What was left behind was chaos, not just in Germany but across all the former Central Powers. The map of Europe was being torn up and redrawn. New nations were being born out of old empires. In place of Austria-Hungary came independent countries like Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia. Poland, which had been divided for over a century, re-emerged as its own nation. Hungary became a republic. The Ottoman Empire, under pressure from foreign occupation and nationalist revolts, would soon become modern-day Turkey. Germany, stripped of its monarchy, entered a turbulent period known as the Weimar Republic, trying to rebuild in a world that had changed beyond recognition. This wasn't just about losing a war. This was about the complete collapse of the old world order. Monarchies that had ruled for centuries were gone. The old idea that kings and emperors held power by divine right had been shattered by revolution, mutiny, and the will of ordinary people. The war had drained not only armies but trust in the systems that had sent millions to their deaths. The Central Powers had fallen, not only because they lost battles but because their people had lost faith, and that collapse would shape everything that came next. The peace that followed the war, built through treaties like the Treaty of Versailles, would be shaped by the fact that so many empires had crumbled and so many people wanted something new, but it would also leave scars. The defeat of the Central Powers wasn't just military, it was deeply personal. People were hungry, angry, and afraid. The promises of peace and prosperity would prove hard to keep, and those unresolved tensions would echo through the next 2 decades, setting the stage for an even more devastating conflict. Still, in November 1918, the world was focused on one thing. The guns had fallen silent, the fighting had stopped, and the Central Powers had collapsed. For those who had lived through the horror of the trenches, that was enough, for now. The world had changed, and no one yet knew what the future would bring. Chapter 23. Armistice Day. The guns fall silent. The war had dragged on for over 4 years. Millions had died. Empires had fallen. Cities were shattered. Families were torn apart. But now, as November 1918 arrived, there was a shift in the air. The Allied advances during the 100 Days Offensive had pushed the German army to the breaking point. One by one, the Central Powers had either surrendered or collapsed from within. Bulgaria was the first to fall, then the Ottoman Empire, followed by Austria-Hungary. Now only Germany remained, and it was unraveling quickly. Both on the battlefield and at home, rebellion and revolution were spreading across German cities. Soldiers refused to follow orders. Workers went on strike. Sailors mutinied. The people were tired, starving, and angry. The government knew the war could not go on any longer. There was nothing left to fight for. On November 9th, Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated and fled into exile. Germany was declared a republic. The monarchy was gone. That same day, a new civilian-led German government sent word to the Allies that they were ready to agree to a ceasefire. The armistice talks began. The negotiations took place in a railway carriage parked in the forest of Compiègne in northern France. It was a cold, grey setting, hidden among the trees, quiet, isolated, and symbolic. The Allied delegation was led by Marshal Ferdinand Foch, one of France's top military leaders. He wasn't there to debate or negotiate. The terms had already been drawn up. Germany would either accept them or continue a war it could no longer sustain. The German delegation, led by Matthias Erzberger, arrived knowing they had little room to argue. They were surrounded by defeat, both militarily and politically. Erzberger himself wasn't a general or soldier. He was a civilian, a politician, someone who had been sent because the new German Republic needed someone to take responsibility for ending the war. It was a heavy burden. He was treated coldly by the Allies, especially by the French, who had suffered terribly during the war. The Germans read through the terms: the immediate withdrawal of German troops from France, Belgium, and Alsace-Lorraine, the surrender of weapons, artillery, aircraft, submarines, the release of Allied prisoners, continued naval blockade, no lifting of sanctions, and no guarantees. It was total, unconditional. The German delegation protested some terms, particularly the ongoing blockade and the handing over of equipment. But Marshal Foch didn't move. There was no compromise. The Germans had 48 hours to sign, and so on November 11th at 5 a.m. they did. The armistice was signed in that railway carriage in the early morning darkness. But it wouldn't take effect immediately. The guns would fall silent at the 11th hour, 11 a.m., on the 11th day of the 11th month. That 6-hour window between the signing and the ceasefire was one of the most tragic and surreal periods of the war. Soldiers on both sides knew that peace was coming in a matter of hours. And yet, in those final moments, fighting continued. In Siu. Some sectors, officers ordered their men to keep attacking until the very last second. Some did it to gain ground that might give their side leverage during the peace talks. Others simply didn't receive the news in time or didn't believe it. On the Western Front, American, British, and French troops continued to push forward. German troops, still defending their positions, fired back. There were attacks on bridges, villages, and trenches, all while the ink on the armistice was still drying. In those final 6 hours, more than 2,000 men were killed. It was one of the bloodiest mornings of the entire war. Private Henry Gunther, an American soldier, became the last known combat death of World War I. He charged a German machine gun nest near the town of Chaumont-devant-Damvillers in France. The Germans shouted at him to stop. They knew the war was minutes from ending. But he kept coming, rifle in hand, and was shot dead at 10:59 a.m., 1 minute before the guns were to fall silent. Then came 11 a.m. across Europe. The sound of "ow" artillery fire suddenly stopped. For the first time in 4 years, there was silence on the Western Front. No more shells exploding overhead, no more machine gun fire, no more shouted commands, no more screams, just silence. Soldiers stood in the trenches, stunned. Some wept. Others cheered. Many simply stood in disbelief. It felt surreal. After everything they had endured, the mud, the blood, the terror, it was over. They were still alive, and that silence was louder than any explosion. In London, Paris, and New York, people poured into the streets. Bells rang, flags were waved. Strangers hugged. Tears fell. Crowds gathered outside government buildings. In Paris, people danced in the streets. In London, Big Ben rang out again for the first time in years. In America, even though it was early morning, celebrations began immediately. Parades formed. Churches opened their doors. People prayed. The war was over. But not everyone felt like celebrating. For the families who had lost loved ones, the silence brought grief. For the soldiers who had watched their friends die that morning, it felt bitter. Why had they died, so close to peace? What purpose had those final hours served? And for those who returned home, the wounds, physical and emotional, would last a lifetime. They called it the war to end all wars, but no one truly believed that, not after everything they had seen. The silence on November 11th was a kind of relief, but also a deep, haunting pause. The world had changed. Europe was shattered. Millions of people were dead. Cities were destroyed. Fields were still littered with bodies, unexploded shells and craters. Entire villages had disappeared. Families were broken. Children were orphaned. And though the war had ended, the cost would be felt for generations. In the weeks that followed, the soldiers began to return home, some to fanfare, others to silence. Veterans found that home wasn't always welcoming. Many suffered from what we now call post-traumatic stress, but back then it was called shell shock. It was poorly understood, often treated with shame rather than support. Some soldiers never truly came back, even if they survived. Their minds had been scarred by what they had witnessed, and the world they returned to was not the same. For the governments of Europe, the armistice was just the beginning of a complicated peace process. The war was over, but the treaties still had to be written. The Paris Peace Conference would begin in early 1919, and it would take months to settle the final terms. For many Germans, the armistice felt like betrayal. They had been told they were winning, and now suddenly they had surrendered. This sense of confusion and anger would grow, especially once the Treaty of Versailles was signed. But in those first days, all that mattered was that the guns had stopped. Armistice Day became a symbol, a moment in time when the world took a breath. It wasn't the end of war forever, but it was the end of something immense. In the years that followed, countries began to commemorate that moment. Ceremonies were held, memorials were built, poppies were worn, especially in Britain and its former colonies, symbolizing the bloodshed on the battlefields of Flanders. November 11th became a sacred day, known in some countries as Remembrance Day, in others as Veterans Day, but always tied to that moment when the world fell silent. The railway carriage where the armistice was signed was preserved and later displayed. In a French museum, it became a symbol of justice, of victory. But that symbol would take on a darker twist years later, when Adolf Hitler forced the French to sign their own surrender in the same railway carriage after Germany's invasion in 1940 during World War II. The symbolism was powerful and chilling. It reminded the world that the silence of 1918 had not brought lasting peace. But on that day, November 11th, 1918, the world hoped. The silence was a chance to begin again, a chance to heal. Soldiers laid down their weapons. Civilians hugged, their children a little tighter. The sun rose on a world forever changed, unsure of what would come next, but certain of one thing. The war was finally over. Chapter 24. The Treaty of Versailles, Punishment or Peace. After the armistice brought silence to the battlefields on November 11, 1918, the guns stopped firing, but the world did not suddenly become peaceful. The war was over, yes, but what came next was even more complicated. Europe was left in ruins, millions were dead. Cities, economies, and empires had collapsed. Soldiers had returned home, but the scars of war were everywhere. And now, leaders from around the world had to figure out how to put everything back together. That was the goal of the peace conference held in Paris in 1919. What they produced would come to be known as the Treaty of Versailles, named after the Grand Palace where it was signed. But instead of healing the world, it stirred new tensions, raised deep questions, and left behind a mix of relief, resentment, and unfinished business. As 1919 began, leaders from more than 30 countries arrived in Paris to negotiate what the post-war world would look like. But despite the large number of countries represented, the real power was held by just a few. The main decisions were made by what came to be called the Big Four. These were the leaders of the United States, Great Britain, France, and Italy. Each had their own goals, their own agendas, and their own version of what peace should mean. Woodrow Wilson, the President of the United States, came to Paris with a vision that he hoped would reshape the world. He had outlined his ideas in a speech known as the 14 Points. In it, he called for things like open diplomacy, freedom of the seas, a reduction in weapons, and self-determination, meaning that ethnic groups should have the right to govern themselves. Most importantly, he wanted to create a League of Nations, an international organization that could help countries solve disputes peacefully, so that nothing like World War I would ever happen again. Wilson believed the world had learned its lesson. He wanted a peace built on fairness, not revenge. But the European leaders, especially the French, did not see it the same way. France had suffered terribly during the war. Much of the Western Front had run through northern France, leaving towns, farmland, and families destroyed. Over 1 million French soldiers had died. France's Prime Minister, Georges Clemenceau, had no interest in Wilson's idealism. He wanted security. He wanted to make sure Germany could never rise again and threaten France. And he wanted Germany to pay for what it had done. Britain's leader, Prime Minister David Lloyd George, was somewhere in between. He knew the British people wanted to punish Germany, especially after the suffering of the war and the attacks on civilians. But he also understood that a stable Germany was important for trade and balance in Europe. Italy, led by Vittorio Orlando, mostly wanted to gain territory it had been promised when it joined the war on the Allied side. But Italy was often left out of the key discussions and grew frustrated by the whole process. Germany, the country at the center of it all, was not allowed to take part in the negotiations. The German delegation was called in only to receive the terms, not to debate them. They had no seat at the table and no power to push back. That sense of exclusion would haunt Germany for years. The Treaty of Versailles was completed after months of meetings, debates, and compromises. It was officially presented to the Germans in May 1919. When they read it, they were shocked. The terms were harsh. Germany was required to accept full responsibility for causing the war. This was known as the War Guilt Clause. It wasn't just a statement. It became the legal basis for demanding reparations or payments to cover the damages caused by the war. Germany was told it would have to pay 132 billion gold marks, an enormous amount that would take decades to repay. On top of the financial burden, Germany lost a huge amount of land. It had to give up territory to France, Belgium, Poland, and others. The provinces of Alsace and Lorraine were returned to France. The Rhineland, a region on Germany's western border, was to be demilitarized, meaning no German troops or weapons could be placed there. Germany also lost all its overseas colonies. Its military was drastically reduced. The army was limited to 100,000 soldiers. The navy was reduced to a handful of ships. Submarines, tanks, and an air force were banned completely. Germany was also forbidden to unite with Austria, a move meant to stop the rise of a larger German-speaking empire. The German delegation protested. They called the treaty a dictated peace. They argued that it was unfair, that Germany had not started the war alone, and that no country could pay such enormous reparations without collapsing. But they had no choice. The Allies threatened to renew the war if Germany refused to sign. And so on June 28, 1919, the German representatives signed the Treaty of Versailles in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles, the same place where, nearly 50 years earlier, the German Empire had been proclaimed after the Franco-Prussian War. The symbolism was powerful and bitter. Back in Germany, the treaty was met with outrage. Many Germans felt humiliated. They didn't believe they had lost the war in the field. The armistice had been signed while German troops were still on foreign soil, so when the treaty labeled Germany as solely responsible, it felt like an insult. The term "stab in the back" began to spread, a myth that said the German army had been betrayed by politicians, communists, and Jews at home. It wasn't true, but it took root, and it would be used later by extremist movements to gain support and push dangerous ideas. Meanwhile, in the United States, the reaction was also complicated. Wilson had hoped that the treaty would be a stepping stone toward a better world, especially with the League of Nations at its center, but when he returned home he faced strong opposition. Many members of the U.S. Senate did not want America tied to international promises. They feared that joining the League would drag the U.S. into future wars. Despite Wilson's efforts, including a nationwide speaking tour that left him physically and mentally exhausted, the Senate refused to ratify the treaty. The United States never joined the League of Nations. Without American support, the League struggled from the beginning. For the people of Europe, the Treaty of Versailles brought a kind of uneasy peace. The fighting had stopped, and the borders were redrawn. But tensions remained. In the new countries created from the ashes of old empires, like Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, there were disputes over who belonged where. Ethnic groups were scattered across borders. National pride and old grudges still simmered beneath the surface. The reparations payments became a huge burden for Germany. They struggled to pay, especially during the early 1920s, when their economy was weak and unstable. In 1923, when Germany fell behind on payments, French and Belgian troops occupied the Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland. German workers went on strike. The government printed more money to pay them, which led to hyperinflation. Prices spiraled out of control. People carried wheelbarrows full of worthless money just to buy bread. Life savings were wiped out overnight. The economic chaos only deepened the sense of injustice. Many historians have debated the Treaty of Versailles for decades. Some say it was too harsh, that by humiliating and crippling Germany, the treaty created the perfect conditions for future conflict. Others argue it wasn't harsh enough, that Germany remained strong enough to recover quickly and later challenge the peace. Either way, what is clear is that the treaty failed to create lasting stability. It's easy to look back now and see the warning signs, the deep resentment in Germany, the rise of nationalism, the economic problems, the weakness of the League of Nations. Within 20 years, the world would once again be plunged into war, an even more devastating conflict that many believed was born from the failures of Versailles. And yet, at the time, there was real hope. The war had ended. Nations were trying to rebuild. The dream of a peaceful world order had taken shape, even if only briefly. The Treaty of Versailles was not just a document, it was a symbol of both human effort and human failure. An attempt to shape the future, but one built on the ruins of a terrible past. As the dust settled in 1919, the world stood at a crossroads. Peace had been declared, but it was fragile. The wounds of war were deep. The decisions made at Versailles would echo through history, not just in politics and borders, but in the lives of ordinary people trying to make sense of a world that had changed forever. Chapter 25. War Reparations and the Economic Impact. The Treaty of Versailles left Germany with a heavy burden, not just in terms of lost territory or military restrictions, but in the form of war reparations. These reparations were payments demanded from Germany by the Allied powers to cover the immense destruction caused by World War I. The sum was staggering, 132 billion gold marks, which was roughly equivalent to $33 billion at the time, an amount that seemed impossible to pay. This financial cost shaped not only Germany's future, but the entire post-war European economy, leading to ripple effects felt for years to come. From the start, reparations were a huge source of tension. The Allies, especially France and Britain, wanted Germany to pay for the damages their countries had suffered. They saw reparations as a form of justice, a way to ensure Germany was held accountable for the war. The French, in particular, had experienced devastation on their soil. Their farms, factories, and towns had been destroyed by years of fighting. They desperately needed money to rebuild, but the German economy was already shattered. The war had drained the country's resources, caused inflation, and disrupted trade. Factories and farms had been turned to war production, and after the war, the transition to a peacetime economy was difficult. On top of that, the loss of territory meant Germany lost important industrial regions, cutting off valuable resources and factories. Trying to meet these reparations payments placed a huge strain on Germany. The government struggled to raise the money, which led to difficult choices. Taxes were increased, which hit ordinary people hard. The government also resorted to printing more money to cover the costs, but this caused inflation to spiral out of control. By 1923, Germany was in the grip of hyperinflation. Prices rose so fast that money became almost worthless. People's life savings disappeared overnight. For example, what once cost a few marks would cost millions or even billions in just a matter of months. The hyperinflation crisis was devastating. Ordinary Germans suffered greatly. Pensioners and workers on fixed incomes found themselves unable to afford basic goods like bread or coal. Businesses struggled to survive and unemployment rose. Social unrest grew. People lost faith in the government and the democratic system, which seemed powerless to solve the crisis. This economic chaos created fertile ground for political extremists, including Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party, to gain support by promising to restore Germany's pride and prosperity. Meanwhile, the reparations issue created friction between the Allies themselves. Britain and France often disagreed about how harshly to treat Germany. France wanted to enforce reparations strictly and even sent troops into the Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland, in 1923 to seize goods when payments fell behind. Britain, on the other hand, was more cautious. Many British leaders worried that if Germany's economy collapsed, it would damage all of Europe's economy and possibly lead to another war. Some in Britain even sympathized with Germany's struggles. Across Europe, the war's financial costs were enormous. The Allies had borrowed heavily, especially from the United States, to finance the war effort. Now they hoped reparations would help pay back those debts, but the system was complicated. The US wanted the Allies to repay their loans, but the Allies depended on German reparations to do so. Germany, meanwhile, could only pay if its economy was stable. It was a difficult cycle that created tension and uncertainty. To address these problems, several plans were proposed to reduce or restructure Germany's reparations. The Dawes Plan of 1924 was one early attempt. It provided for a staggered payment schedule and loaned Germany money to help stabilize its economy. This plan helped ease the crisis and brought a few years of relative stability. The US banks invested heavily in Germany, helping rebuild industries and infrastructure. Still, the reparations issue never fully went away. Many Germans felt the payments were humiliating and unfair, especially as the economic situation worsened again during the Great Depression in the 1930s. This sense of grievance was a powerful force in German politics and helped fuel nationalist and extremist movements. Beyond Germany, the economic impact of the war and reparations shaped all of Europe. Countries struggled with debt, unemployment, and inflation. Governments faced the challenge of rebuilding their economies while also caring for millions of disabled veterans, war widows, and orphans. Many countries introduced new social programs, but resources were limited. The economic disruption also changed trade patterns. Before the war, Europe's economy was highly interconnected. The war and the reparations fractured those links. Countries turned inward, focusing on rebuilding their own industries. Protective tariffs and trade barriers increased, which slowed global economic growth. This period was marked by uncertainty and uneven recovery. The financial strain of the war contributed to political instability across Europe. In some countries, such as Italy and Hungary, economic hardship helped bring about authoritarian regimes. Governments found it harder to maintain public support as people demanded jobs and better living conditions. The United States, by contrast, entered a period of economic boom in the 1920s, often called the Roaring Twenties. With its industrial base intact and its economy strengthened by wartime production, the US became a global economic leader. American banks played a key role in lending money to Europe, but this also tied the world economy closely to the ups and downs of the American market. While reparations and economic troubles dominated the 1920s, efforts were also made to promote peace and stability through international cooperation. The League of Nations, created after the war to prevent future conflicts, tried to mediate disputes and encourage disarmament. However, it lacked the power to enforce decisions, especially since major powers like the United States never fully committed to it. The economic hardships and political tensions of the post-war years made the 1930s a dangerous time. The Great Depression, which began in 1929, worsened conditions across the globe. Unemployment soared, governments struggled, and many people lost faith in democracy and international diplomacy. In Germany, the combination of reparations, resentment, economic collapse, and political extremism would eventually lead to the rise of the Nazi Party. Adolf Hitler promised to overturn the Treaty of Versailles, restore German pride, and rebuild the economy. His message found an eager audience among those suffering from unemployment and humiliation. Looking back, it is clear that war reparations and their economic impact shaped much of the history that followed. The financial cost of World War I was not just a matter of numbers. It affected millions of lives, influenced politics, and altered the course of nations. The reparations demanded by the Treaty of Versailles aimed to make Germany pay for the war's destruction, but in doing so, they also helped create conditions that made lasting peace difficult. The economic turmoil of the 1920s and 1930s was a powerful reminder that peace built on punishment without reconciliation can sow the seeds of future conflict. At the same time, the financial struggles of post-war Europe demonstrated the interconnectedness of the global economy. What happened in one country could quickly spread to others. This lesson would influence economic policies and international cooperation efforts for decades. The experience of war reparations and economic hardship also led to changes in how governments managed their economies and social welfare. Many countries recognized the need for stronger economic planning and support for vulnerable populations. As the world moved forward from the devastation of World War I, the lessons of reparations and economic impact remained important. They showed that the costs of war go far beyond the battlefield. They extend into the lives of civilians, the stability of governments, and the health of the global economy. The story of war reparations is not just about money. It's about the challenges of healing after conflict and the difficulty of building a peace that lasts. It reminds us that economic policies are deeply connected to political realities and human experiences. Understanding how reparations shaped post-war Europe helps explain why the peace after World War I was fragile and why new conflicts emerged. It also highlights the importance of fairness, cooperation, and long-term thinking in rebuilding a world torn apart by war. Chapter 26. The Lost Generation: Social and Cultural Impact. World War I did not only reshape borders or economies, it also profoundly changed the social fabric and culture of the time. The war left deep scars on the people who lived through it, especially those who fought on the front lines and the societies they returned to. This period after the war came to be known as the era of the lost generation, a term that captured the feelings of disillusionment, loss, and questioning that defined a whole generation of young people. The phrase "lost generation" was popularized by the writer Gertrude Stein and later used by Ernest Hemingway to describe the young men and women who had survived the war but felt disconnected from the values and traditions of the past. These people had seen the horrors of industrialized warfare, trench battles, endless artillery bombardments, poison gas attacks, and devastating losses. For many, the war shattered old beliefs in progress, honor, and national pride. When soldiers returned home, they came back to societies that had also changed dramatically. Families had lost fathers, brothers, and sons. Communities mourned their dead and struggled to rebuild. The war left behind millions of disabled veterans, many carrying both visible wounds and invisible psychological scars. The trauma of war led to what was then called shell shock, now better understood as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Many veterans found it difficult to adjust to civilian life, facing unemployment, poverty, and social alienation. At the same time, the war accelerated social change, especially for women. With so many men away fighting, women took on new roles in factories, farms, and offices. They proved their capability in work that had previously been considered men's jobs. This shift challenged traditional gender roles and helped fuel movements for women's rights. After the war, many countries granted women the right to vote, recognizing their contributions and the need for greater equality. This was a major step towards social transformation. Although the journey toward full equality would continue for decades, the war also prompted people to question authority, tradition, and old values. The destruction and loss made many cynical about nationalism and the idea that war was glorious or heroic. Writers, artists, and intellectuals reacted strongly to this new reality. The arts became a powerful way to express the sense of loss, confusion, and search for meaning that the war had created. Literature from this time reflected the feelings of the lost generation. Writers like Ernest Hemingway, F. Scott Fitzgerald, and T.S. Eliot captured the disillusionment and restlessness of young people trying to find their place in a changed world. Their works often featured themes of alienation, the fragility of life, and the hollowness of material success. The Jazz Age, with its lively music and dance, became both a celebration and a distraction, a way for people to escape the grim realities of the past. In Europe, a variety of new artistic movements emerged, reflecting the fractured and uncertain world. Dadaism, for example, was a movement that rejected traditional art forms and embraced absurdity and chaos as a response to the senselessness of war. Surrealism followed, exploring the unconscious mind and dreams as ways to break free from rational thought that had led to such destruction. These movements challenged established norms and questioned the purpose of art itself. Cinema also grew in importance as a new form of mass entertainment and cultural expression. Silent films became hugely popular, providing a shared experience for people across different countries. The technology and storytelling of cinema began to reflect the complexities of modern life, including the trauma of war. The social impact of the war was also visible in changes to everyday life. The population shifts caused by the war, including the loss of millions of young men, altered family structures and demographics. Cities grew as people moved for work, and new technologies like the automobile and telephone began to change how people lived and connected with each other. The war's impact on religion was significant as well. Many people struggled to reconcile their faith with the scale of suffering they had witnessed. Some turned away from organized religion, while others sought new spiritual paths. The sense of a broken world led to debates about morality, human nature, and the future of civilization. In politics, the trauma and upheaval of the war helped fuel new ideologies. The discontent among veterans and workers contributed to the growth of socialist and communist movements, especially in countries like Germany and Russia. Meanwhile, the fear of instability led some to support authoritarian regimes that promised order and revival, setting the stage for the turbulent decades ahead. The lost generation was marked by a search for new meaning in a world where the old certainties had been destroyed. Many young people felt rootless and uncertain about the future. This feeling was not limited to soldiers or those directly affected by the war. It spread through literature, art, music, and daily life. Despite the darkness and disillusionment, this period also saw creativity and innovation. The war had accelerated technological advances, and the post-war years brought new inventions and ideas. The 1920s and 1930s were times of experimentation, from modern architecture to psychology, exploring new ways to understand and improve the human condition. The cultural shift was global. In the United States, the Harlem Renaissance blossomed, with African-American artists and writers expressing pride in their heritage and addressing social issues. Jazz music, born in the South, spread worldwide and became a symbol of the era's energy and change. Meanwhile, the legacy of the lost generation continued to influence later generations. The war's lessons about the costs of conflict and the fragility of peace became central themes in politics, literature, and education. The hope was to prevent another war on such a devastating scale, although, as history would show, those hopes were challenged in the decades to come. Understanding the lost generation helps us see how war affects more than just armies and governments. It touches the hearts and minds of individuals, reshaping societies and cultures in profound ways. The legacy of World War I's social and cultural impact is a reminder that the effects of war echo long after the fighting stops. As the world struggled to rebuild after the war, the lost generation stood at the crossroads of tradition and modernity, carrying the weight of loss, but also the promise of new beginnings. Their stories, art, and struggles continue to speak to us, offering insight into the human cost of conflict and the resilience of the human spirit. Chapter 27: New Nations and Borders. Redrawing the Map. After the guns finally fell silent and the harsh terms of the Treaty of Versailles were signed, the world entered a new era of political upheaval and transformation. The map of Europe and the Middle East, once dominated by vast empires and old monarchies, was completely redrawn. The aftermath of World War I didn't just mark the end of a devastating conflict, it marked the birth of new nations and new borders, forever changing how people identified themselves and how power was distributed. The collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, Germany, and Russia left huge territories up for grabs. These empires had ruled for centuries, controlling diverse peoples and regions. When they fell apart, a wave of nationalism and self-determination swept across Europe and the Middle East. People who had long been part of empires began to demand their own countries, places where they could speak their own language, practice their own culture, and govern themselves. One of the most significant results of this reshaping was the creation of several new countries in Central and Eastern Europe. Austria-Hungary, a massive empire made up of many ethnic groups, vanished completely. In its place arose a patchwork of smaller nations. Austria and Hungary became separate countries, but others like Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia were formed to unite groups with some shared history or culture. Czechoslovakia brought together Czechs and Slovaks into one country. It was a new idea, to unite these groups under a democratic government, hoping to balance their differences. Yugoslavia was even more diverse, combining Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, and other South Slavic peoples into one kingdom. But these new nations faced challenges right away. Many groups within their borders wanted more independence or felt they were being dominated by others. This sowed seeds of tension that would flare up again later. Poland, which had been wiped off the map for over a century, returned as an independent country. Its borders, however, were hotly contested. Poland had to fight wars with neighboring countries like Soviet Russia and Germany to secure its territory. The new boundaries were often drawn without perfect regard for ethnic or cultural realities, causing friction and conflict. The Russian Empire had already collapsed due to the Revolution and Civil War, but its fall also meant that Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania declared their independence. These Baltic states emerged as new nations, trying to find their footing in a chaotic region. Their independence was fragile and threatened by larger powers nearby, especially Soviet Russia. Meanwhile, Germany lost large portions of land. It lost Alsace-Lorraine to France, which had been a major point of conflict for decades. Parts of Eastern Germany were given to the new Poland. The Saar region was placed under League of Nations control, and the city of Danzig became a free city to avoid conflict between Germany and Poland. All of these changes left Germany feeling humiliated and economically weakened, creating a bitter mood that would have consequences later. The Middle East underwent some of the most dramatic changes. The Ottoman Empire, which had controlled much of the region for centuries, was dismantled. Britain and France took control of much of the Middle East through a series of mandates. territories that they governed on behalf of the League of Nations. These new colonial borders often ignored the complex ethnic and religious makeup of the region. Britain controlled Palestine, Iraq, and Transjordan, while France took Syria and Lebanon. The promises made during the war to Arab leaders for independence were complicated by these new mandates. Arabs who had hoped for self-rule felt betrayed, leading to unrest and revolts in the years ahead. One of the most contentious issues was the future of Palestine, where the British government issued the Balfour Declaration in 1917, supporting the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people. This was the beginning of a long and difficult conflict between Jewish and Arab communities, a conflict that continues to affect the region to this day. The redrawing of borders wasn't just about drawing lines on a map, it affected millions of lives. People found themselves living in new countries overnight, sometimes as minorities in unfamiliar lands. Borders divided families, communities, and ethnic groups. This caused significant social and political tension as new governments tried to build unity and stability. In some cases, these new borders created countries that were simply not sustainable. They combined groups with long histories of conflict or ignored the desires of certain peoples. This reality meant that political instability and ethnic tensions became common in the years after the war. The League of Nations was created to help manage these new states and promote peace, but it often lacked the power to enforce its decisions. Many disputes over borders and minority rights remained unresolved. The hope was that diplomacy and international cooperation could prevent future conflicts, but the reality was more complicated. In Western Europe, the political map was less dramatically changed, but the impact was still profound. France regained Alsace-Lorraine, which was a symbolic victory after decades of German control. Belgium, which had been invaded early in the war, regained its territory and was recognized for its suffering. The United Kingdom, while victorious, found its empire stretched and faced new challenges as the war had altered global power dynamics. The economic cost of the war also influenced the political landscape. Many new countries struggled economically, trying to recover from destruction and the disruption of trade. Some relied heavily on reparations from defeated powers or support from larger allies. This economic instability made it difficult for governments to maintain order and improve living conditions. At the same time, the war accelerated the decline of monarchies. Russia's Romanovs had already been overthrown during the revolution. Germany's Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated and fled into exile. Austria-Hungary's emperor stepped down, and the Ottoman Sultan lost much of his power. Monarchies gave way to republics, constitutional monarchies, or other forms of government, marking the end of an era. The new nations faced the enormous task of nation-building, creating institutions, drafting constitutions, establishing economies, and defining their identities. This was difficult work, made more complicated by social divisions and the lingering trauma of war. Some of these new countries tried to build democratic systems with elected parliaments and protections for minority rights. Others leaned toward authoritarian governments, believing strong leadership was needed to maintain order. The mix of political systems reflected the uncertainty and upheaval of the time. The redrawing of the map also had consequences beyond Europe and the Middle East. The collapse of empires affected colonies around the world. Ideas about self-determination and national identity began to spread to Asia, Africa, and other regions. While these areas remained largely under colonial control, the seeds of future independence movements were planted. The story of new nations and borders after World War I is a complex one. It is about the hopes for peace and self-rule, but also about the difficulties of creating stable, fair governments in a world still reeling from destruction. The borders drawn by victorious powers tried to balance power and satisfy national claims, but often ended up creating new tensions. This reshaping was a major part of the legacy of World War I. It showed that war didn't just end conflicts, but could start new ones, sometimes in unexpected ways. The new nations that emerged carried both the promise of freedom and the burden of division. As the 1920s and 1930s unfolded, the political map would continue to be a source of instability. Some new countries struggled to survive, while others faced external threats. The unresolved conflicts over borders, ethnic groups, and governance helped create the conditions for future wars. Yet despite these challenges, the period after World War I was also a time of innovation, hope, and new beginnings. The creation of new countries reflected the growing belief in national self-determination, the idea that people should have the right to govern themselves. This principle would shape international politics for the rest of the century. Understanding how the world was redrawn after World War I helps explain much about the conflicts and alliances that followed. It shows us the fragile balance between peace and conflict, and how history can shape the future in unexpected ways. The story of new nations and borders is not just about lines on a map. It is about the people who live within those borders, their struggles, their identities, and their hopes. It reminds us that the aftermath of war is not simply an end, but a complex beginning. Chapter 28. Seeds of Future Conflict. How WWI led to WPATUY. The end of World War I brought a fragile peace to the world. The guns had fallen silent, and nations were busy trying to rebuild from the enormous destruction. But beneath the surface, many problems from the war remained unresolved. The peace that was created was uneasy and unstable. The new borders, harsh treaties, economic turmoil, and political upheavals planted the seeds for another, even deadlier conflict, World War II. One of the biggest reasons for this was the Treaty of Versailles. While it officially ended the war, it left many people feeling angry and humiliated, especially in Germany. The treaty forced Germany to accept full responsibility for the war and to pay huge reparations to the victorious Allied powers. These demands devastated the German economy and created widespread resentment among its people. Many Germans believed the treaty was unfair and that their country had been betrayed, a feeling that became known as the stab-in-the-back myth. This idea suggested that Germany hadn't truly lost the war on the battlefield, but had been betrayed by politicians, workers, and minorities at home. This atmosphere of bitterness and humiliation became a powerful tool for extremists to gain support. The Weimar Republic, Germany's new democratic government, was weak and faced constant attacks from both the political left and right. Economic hardship, especially during the Great Depression of the late 1920s and early 1930s, only made things worse. Millions of people were unemployed, homeless, and desperate for change. In this context, Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party rose to power by promising to restore Germany's pride, rebuild the economy, and reject the Versailles Treaty. They blamed many groups for Germany's troubles, particularly Jews and communists, fueling dangerous nationalism and hatred. Hitler's message appealed to many who felt betrayed and wanted a strong leader to make Germany great again. But Germany was not the only country where extremism took hold. Across Europe, economic struggles and social unrest opened the door for radical political movements. Italy had already seen the rise of Benito Mussolini and his fascist party, which promised order and national revival after years of instability. In the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin tightened his grip on power, turning the communist state into a brutal dictatorship. These regimes rejected democracy and promoted aggressive nationalism and militarism. The redrawing of borders after World War I also contributed to future tensions. Many new countries created by the Treaty of Versailles were fragile and contained deep ethnic divisions. Some groups felt excluded or oppressed, leading to ongoing conflicts. For example, in Eastern Europe, countries like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Poland struggled to unite diverse populations with different languages, religions, and histories. This instability created opportunities for outside powers, like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, to exploit these divisions. In addition to political and ethnic tensions, economic problems played a huge role. The Great Depression, which began in 1929, had a devastating effect on economies worldwide. Countries struggled with massive unemployment, failing banks, and falling trade. In desperate times, people often turned away from democratic governments and toward leaders who promised quick solutions, even if those solutions were extreme or violent. Another important factor was the failure of the League of Nations. Created. To prevent future wars through diplomacy and collective security, the League was weakened from the start. It had no real power to enforce its decisions, and some major powers like the United States never joined. When aggressive actions occurred, such as Japan invading Manchuria in 1931 or Italy attacking Ethiopia in 1935, the League was unable to stop them. This emboldened dictators to take more risks. Germany's rearmament and expansion during the 1930s challenged the post-war order directly. Hitler openly violated the Versailles Treaty by rebuilding the German military, remilitarizing the Rhineland, and pursuing aggressive foreign policies. His goal was to unite all German-speaking peoples and expand Germany's territory, which he called Lebensraum or living space. These actions increased tensions across Europe and alarmed other nations, but many chose appeasement, hoping to avoid another war. The policy of appeasement, especially by Britain and France, was an attempt to maintain peace by making concessions to aggressive powers. The Munich Agreement of 1938 allowed Germany to annex the Sudetenland, part of Czechoslovakia, without a fight. This was meant to satisfy Hitler's demands and prevent war. Instead, it encouraged further aggression by showing that the Allies might not stop him. Meanwhile, in the East, the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany signed a surprising non-aggression pact in 1939, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. This agreement stunned the world and included secret protocols dividing Eastern Europe into spheres of influence. It cleared the way for Germany to invade Poland without fearing Soviet intervention, triggering the start of World War II. The unresolved issues of World War I, the broken promises, economic hardships, ethnic divisions, and fragile democracies created a dangerous environment. These problems didn't disappear with the armistice. Instead, they simmered beneath the surface, waiting to explode. At the same time, the war had deeply changed societies and politics. Many people were disillusioned with the old world and yearned for stability and strength. The horrors of the Great War had shaken faith in progress and reason, which made radical ideologies more appealing. Fascism, Nazism, and communism each promised a new order and a way to fix what seemed broken. The technology and tactics developed during World War I also influenced future conflicts. The war showed how industrialized warfare could be devastating and total. Tanks, airplanes, chemical weapons, and machine guns changed how battles were fought. These advances meant that any future war would be even more deadly and far-reaching. World War also disrupted international relations in ways that made cooperation difficult. The old alliances had crumbled and new ones were fragile. The United States, after playing a major role in ending the war, retreated into isolationism and avoided getting involved in European politics. Britain and France, though victorious, were weakened by the war, and their empires were starting to show signs of strain. As a result, the world entered the 1930s with many unresolved conflicts, resentments, and uncertainties. The League of Nations, economic crises, and rising totalitarianism set the stage for a second global conflict. Looking back, it's clear that the seeds of World War II were planted during and immediately after World War I. The harsh peace terms, economic devastation, unstable new nations, and rise of extremist leaders all created a powder keg. When the spark finally came with Germany's invasion of Poland in September 1939, the world was once again plunged into war. Understanding how World War I led to World War II helps us see that wars are rarely isolated events. The aftermath of one conflict can shape the next in powerful ways. The unresolved tensions from 1918 didn't just disappear. They grew, changed, and combined with new forces to create a far worse catastrophe. This chapter closes the story of the Great War by showing how its legacy lived on, shaping the world for decades to come. The hopes for lasting peace after 1918 were real but fragile. The failures to resolve deep issues and the rise of hatred and fear made another war almost inevitable. But knowing this history also offers lessons. It reminds us that peace requires more than treaties and borders. It requires justice, understanding, and efforts to address root causes of conflict. Without that, the seeds of future wars remain. Chapter 29. Remembering the War, Memorials and Memory. The Great War left an enormous mark on the world. It was not just a conflict of armies and borders, but a deep trauma that touched millions of lives. When the fighting finally stopped in 1918, the question quickly became, how do we remember all that happened? How do we honor the sacrifice of those who fought and died? And how do we make sure that the terrible lessons of the war are never forgotten? This chapter explores the ways the war has been commemorated through memorials, ceremonies, literature, and collective memory. The scale of the loss was staggering. Over 16 million people died during World War I, with many more wounded or missing. Families were torn apart, entire communities shattered. For countries involved, remembering the war was a way to mourn the dead and try to make sense of the enormous human cost. Almost immediately after the war, nations began to build memorials to honor those who had served and died. These memorials took many forms, from grand monuments to simple plaques in village squares. The goal was the same, to create a physical space where people could remember and pay their respects. In France, the site of some of the war's bloodiest battles, the landscape itself became a memorial. Fields and forests where men had fought and died were preserved, marked by rows of white crosses and tombstones. One of the most famous is the Douaumont ossuary near Verdun, a massive monument holding the remains of tens of thousands of unidentified soldiers. It serves as a stark reminder of the war's devastating toll and the anonymous nature of so many losses. In Britain, the cenotaph in London became the focal point of remembrance. This simple yet powerful structure, designed by Sir Edwin Lutyens, stands as a symbol of national mourning. Every year on November 11th, Remembrance Day ceremonies gather crowds who lay wreaths and observe moments of silence. The poppy flower, inspired by the poem In Flanders Fields, became the emblem of remembrance, worn by millions as a sign of respect and solidarity. Other countries also created memorials that reflected their own experiences and cultures. In the United States, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington National Cemetery honors unidentified American soldiers who died in the war. This concept of the unknown soldier became widespread, symbolizing the sacrifice of all those whose names were lost or forgotten. Memorials are not just about honoring the dead. They are also about telling a story. They shape how a nation or community understands the war and its meaning. Some memorials emphasize heroism and sacrifice, while others highlight the tragedy and futility of war. For example, the Menin Gate Memorial in Belgium lists the names of missing British and Commonwealth soldiers, emphasizing loss and remembrance. Over-glory commemoration also took place through ceremonies and rituals. Annual Remembrance Days, Armistice Day observances, and memorial services became part of the national calendar in many countries. These ceremonies provided moments for reflection, bringing people together to acknowledge the past and express hopes for peace. Beyond physical memorials and ceremonies, literature and art played a crucial role in shaping memory. The war inspired countless books, poems, paintings, and films that captured different perspectives on the conflict. Writers like Wilfred Owen and Siegfried Sassoon, who were soldiers themselves, wrote powerful poetry that revealed the horrors of trench warfare and challenged romantic notions of battle. The arts helped people confront the emotional and psychological impact of the war. They gave voice to grief, anger, and disillusionment. Through their work, artists and writers invited audiences to remember not only the events, but also the human cost, the fear, pain, and loss experienced by soldiers and civilians alike. History. Books and education also became important in how societies remembered the war. Schools began teaching about World War I as a defining event of the early 20th century. Textbooks often presented the causes, battles, and outcomes, but they also included discussions about the lessons to be learned. This helped younger generations understand the significance of the conflict and the importance of working toward peace. However, memory is never simple or uniform. Different groups and nations remember wars in different ways, sometimes with conflicting interpretations. For example, While some countries emphasize heroism and victory, others focus on suffering and loss. Political changes over time can also affect how the war is remembered. In Russia, for instance, World War I was overshadowed by the 1917 revolution and later by World War II, so its memory is often less prominent. In recent decades, there has been a growing effort to remember all sides of the conflict, including the experiences of soldiers from colonies and minority groups who fought but were often forgotten in earlier histories. This broader perspective helps to create a more complete and honest understanding of the war. The war's memory also raises questions about the nature of conflict itself. Many memorials and works of art emphasize the need to prevent future wars. The phrase "never again" became a powerful call to action, reflecting hopes that humanity would learn from the mistakes of the past. Yet, the reality is more complicated. The world experienced another devastating conflict just 2 decades later. This shows that memory alone is not enough. It must be combined with political will and international cooperation to truly prevent war. Still, the way we remember World War I matters deeply. Memorials and ceremonies keep the past alive, connecting us with those who came before. They remind us of the sacrifices made and the costs of violence. They also serve as warnings about the dangers of hatred, nationalism, and unchecked power. Today, as the centenary of the war's end passed in 2018, millions of people around the world took part in commemorations. Museums, exhibitions, and educational programs helped bring the history to life, ensuring that the stories and lessons continue to be shared. In a world that faces new conflicts and challenges, remembering the Great War remains important. It teaches us that peace is fragile and must be actively maintained. It shows how quickly societies can be drawn into destructive violence and how deeply war affects individuals and communities. The legacy of World War I is found not only in textbooks or memorials, but in the ongoing commitment to peace and understanding among nations. By remembering the war honestly and fully, we honor those who suffered and renew our responsibility to build a better future. This chapter closes the story of how the Great War is remembered and why those memories still matter. It is a reminder that history is not just about the past. It shapes who we are today and who we want to become tomorrow. Chapter 30. The Lasting Legacy of the Great War. The Great War, as World War I was often called, was more than just a terrible conflict that lasted from 1914 to 1918. It changed the world in profound and lasting ways, shaping the modern era and the global order in ways that we still feel today. Understanding its legacy helps us see how this massive conflict set the stage for much of the 20th century and beyond. This chapter explores the lasting effects of the war on politics, society, technology, culture, and international relations. First, it's important to recognize that the war shattered old empires and paved the way for new nations and new political ideas. The Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, Russian, and German empires, which had dominated Europe for centuries, were all broken apart. Their collapse created a map that was redrawn with new countries emerging across Europe and the Middle East. These new nations struggled to find stability and identity, often amid ethnic tensions and economic hardship. This reshaping of borders sowed the seeds for future conflicts. Some of the new countries were created without fully considering the complex ethnic and cultural makeup of the regions, leading to disputes and instability. For example, the breakup of the Austro-Hungarian Empire created several smaller nations, like Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, each with diverse populations that would face challenges maintaining unity. The Ottoman Empire's fall led to the creation of new states in the Middle East, but this process was largely controlled by European powers through mandates rather than by the people who lived there. This legacy of foreign control and division contributed to ongoing conflicts in the region that continue even today. Politically, World War I also marked the beginning of the end for many monarchies. Several royal families were overthrown during or after the war, including Russia's Romanovs and Germany's Hohenzollerns. In their place, republics, democracies, and sometimes dictatorships took root. The Russian Revolution during the war led to the rise of the Soviet Union. introducing communism as a new political force on the world stage. The war also changed the way governments interacted with their citizens. The mass mobilization required to fight a total war meant that states took more control over economies and societies than ever before. This included rationing food and fuel, controlling industry, and managing propaganda to keep public morale high. These expanded roles laid the groundwork for more active government involvement in everyday life during the 20th century. One of the most visible legacies of the war is the development and use of new technology and warfare tactics. The brutal stalemate of trench warfare pushed military leaders to innovate rapidly. Tanks were introduced to break through enemy lines, aircraft evolved from reconnaissance tools to fighters and bombers, and chemical weapons were used with devastating effect. While these technologies were initially designed for war, many had lasting impacts beyond the battlefield. Aviation, for instance, made huge leaps forward during the war, and soon after became a key part of civilian transportation and global connectivity. Medical advances, such as improved surgery techniques and treatments for infections and injuries, also came out of the necessity of treating millions of wounded soldiers. The human cost of the war, with millions dead and wounded, profoundly affected societies. The trauma experienced by soldiers and civilians alike changed how people viewed war and peace. This shift was reflected in art, literature, and philosophy, with many artists and writers expressing disillusionment and questioning old ideas about honor and glory in battle. This cultural impact was part of a broader social change. The war challenged traditional gender roles, as millions of women entered the workforce to replace men who went to fight. This helped accelerate the push for women's suffrage and greater equality in many countries. Women's contributions during the war showed that they could take on roles previously reserved for men, reshaping societal expectations. The war also exposed and sometimes deepened social divisions, including class and racial inequalities. In many countries, soldiers from colonies and minority groups fought alongside Europeans, hoping their service would lead to greater rights and recognition. However, their sacrifices were often overlooked or ignored in the post-war period, leading to frustration and future struggles for civil rights and independence. Internationally, the war highlighted the dangers of secret alliances, militarism, and unchecked nationalism. The desire to prevent another such conflict led to the creation of the League of Nations, the first international organization aimed at maintaining peace. While the League ultimately failed to prevent World War II, it laid the foundation for later efforts in international cooperation and the creation of the United Nations. The Treaty of Versailles and other peace agreements attempted to address the causes of the war but also left many issues unresolved. The harsh terms imposed on Germany and the economic strains they created contributed to political instability and the rise of extremist movements, setting the stage for future conflict. Economically, the war had a massive impact on countries worldwide. The cost of fighting and rebuilding strained national economies, leading to inflation, debt, and unemployment in many places. The war also accelerated industrialization and changes in labor markets, reshaping economies in ways that influenced the modern industrial world. The Great War was a global conflict involving countries beyond Europe, which affected colonial empires and shifted global power balances. The United States emerged from the war as a major world power, shifting away from its previous isolationism. Japan expanded its influence in Asia, and many colonies began to demand independence, inspired in part by their contributions during the war. The memory of World War I continued to shape politics and culture for decades. Veterans organizations, memorials, and annual commemorations helped keep the memory alive. At the same time, the horror of the war influenced pacifist movements and anti-war activism, shaping debates about military intervention and international relations. The lessons learned from the Great War influenced military strategy, diplomacy, and international law. Efforts to control arms, manage conflicts, and protect civilians in war developed out of the experience of World War I. Concepts like war crimes and the treatment of prisoners became more prominent in global discussions. Culturally, the war influenced modernism in art, literature, and music, with many creators responding to the disillusionment and trauma caused by the conflict. The war's legacy can be seen in novels, paintings and films that explore themes of loss, heroism, and the search for meaning after devastation. In summary, the lasting legacy of the Great War is vast and complex. It reshaped nations, politics, and societies. It accelerated technological and cultural change. It altered how people viewed conflict and peace. While the war's immediate aftermath included unresolved tensions and new conflicts, the changes it set in motion have continued to influence the modern world. Understanding this legacy helps us grasp why World War I is often called a turning point in history. The war marked the end of an old world and the beginning of a new era. Its lessons remain vital as we face ongoing challenges in international relations, social justice, and the quest for peace. The Great War reminds us that the costs of conflict are not only measured in lives lost, but in the long shadows it casts over generations. By studying its legacy, we can better appreciate the importance of diplomacy, cooperation, and the human desire to avoid repeating such a tragedy. This chapter closes the story of World War I, connecting its past to the present and future. It encourages us to remember not just the battles and leaders, but the deeper changes that shaped the modern world. In doing so, it honors those who lived through the war and those who continue to live with its consequences. And that's a wrap on our journey through the Great War, a conflict that reshaped the world in ways we still feel today. From the first shots fired to the lasting legacy that changed nations, societies, and global politics, this story is one of sacrifice, innovation, and lessons learned. If this deep dive helped you understand how World War I shaped the modern world, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on more history explained simply. Thanks for watching, and remember, understanding the past helps us build a better future. See you in the next video.